You begin the markup, and I'll count down from 5, and then we'll start. A quorum is present. A committee meets today pursuant to notice to consider H.R. 604, Reopen and Rebuild America Schools Act, H.R. 7701, the Wage Theft Prevention and Wage Recovery Act, H.R. 5407, Enhancing Mental Health and Suicide Prevention through Campus Planning Act, H.R. 6493, the Campus Prevention and Recovery Services for Students Act of 2022, and H.R. 7780, the Mental Health Matters Act. Chair announces that any requests for recorded votes will be rolled pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 11 of the Rules of the House of Representatives and Committee Rule 14B. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 1, the chair may recess the committee at any point. Should the chair need to step away for any reason, another majority member of the committee is hereby authorized to assume the gavel in the chair's absence. This is a hybrid markup pursuant to House Resolution 8 and the regulations thereto. All microphones, both in the committee room and on the remote platform, will be kept muted to avoid unnecessary background noise. Members are responsible for unmuting themselves when they are recognized to speak or when they wish to seek recognition. When members wish to speak or seek recognition, they should unmute themselves and allow a pause of 2 seconds to ensure the microphone picks up their speech. I also ask members to please identify themselves before they speak. Members who are participating in person should not be logged onto the remote platform in order to avoid feedback, echoes, and distortion. Members participating remotely should be considered present in the proceeding when they are visible on camera, and they shall be considered not present when they're not visible on camera. The only exception to this, according to the rules, is if they're experiencing technical difficulties and inform the committee staff of such difficulty. However, members must be visible on camera to count toward a quorum and a vote, and the rules provide no exception to that. For all members, there needs to be a verbal vote so that the clerk and the official reporter stenographer can hear it. A thumbs up or a thumbs down without a verbal vote will not suffice. Further, all members, whether participating in person or remotely, should state their name when casting a roll call vote. This helps the clerk and also helps those watching on the platform and live stream who may be experiencing a few seconds delay. If any member participating remotely experiences technical difficulties during the hearing, you should stay connected on the platform, make sure you are muted, and use your phone to immediately call the committee's IT director, whose number was provided in advance. Amendments must be submitted electronically to the amendment repository pursuant to the instructions in the notice of amendment process that was distributed to all committee offices by the clerk with the markup notice. Amendments must be submitted to the repository before they are offered for markup. Members are encouraged to have an electronic device dedicated to reviewing amendments. Paper copies will not be distributed. In order to ensure the committee's 5-minute rule is adhered to, staff will be keeping track of time using the committee's digital timer on the remote platform. For members participating in person, the timer will be broadcast in the committee room on the large television monitor at the back of the room across from the members as part of the platform gallery view and visible in its own thumbnail window. The committee room timer will not be in use. For members participating remotely, this will be visible in the gallery view in its own thumbnail window on the remote platform, and members are asked to wrap up promptly when their time has expired. Finally, while recent guidance from the Office of Attending Physician has made mask wearing optional at this time, please know that we have in our midst, both at the member and staff level, individuals who are immunocompromised or have immediate family members who are immunocompromised as well, and those who are not vaccinated, either due to medical reasons or because the vaccine is not yet available to children under 5. Therefore, the committee strongly recommends that masks continue to be worn out of concern for those at risk. I now recognize myself to make an opening statement. Today, the committee is marking up 5 bills to support America's students, workers, and families. The first bill, Rebuild America Schools Act, led by me and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross, provides the necessary investments to ensure that students and educators have access to safe and healthy places to work and learn. A growing body of research shows that high-quality facilities help improve academic achievement, reduce student and staff absences, and reduce suspensions. Yet far too many children attend schools that are unsafe. For example, just before the pandemic, the Government Accountability Office released a report that found that 4 in 10 school districts need to update or replace their HVAC systems in at least half their schools. Decrepit HVAC systems can risk the safety of students and staff by failing to protect them from extreme temperatures, increase the risk of mold exposure, and allow air quality so poor that it is insufficient to protect against the spread of COVID-19. While the American Rescue Plan delivered investments to help schools reopen safely, keep them open safely, and make up for lost learning, research shows that K-12 schools still need additional and sustained investments to deliver healthy, safe, and efficient school facilities. This is a key priority in our fight against persistent disparities in education. Yesterday marked the 68th anniversary of the Supreme Court's historic Brown v. Board of Education case, which struck down the unlawful school segregation. Yet we know that public schools are now as segregated by race and class than they were as they were in the 1960s, and this has a direct impact on the resources that underserved schools have to invest in their school facilities. As our nation's students continue to become more diverse, we have a responsibility to invest in helping all public schools meet their infrastructure needs. This legislation would deliver on that goal. The second bill, the Wage Theft Prevention and Wage Recovery Act, protects workers' hard-earned wages and holds unscrupulous employers accountable. According to a 2017 study conducted by the Economic Policy Institute, employers steal 25% of minimum wage workers' annual earnings. That translates into roughly $3,300 a year that cannot be used for essential expenses like rent, groceries, and childcare. Although wage theft practices are already illegal under the Fair Labor Standards Act, or the FLSA, the law's trivial penalties and damages provisions have not prevented wage theft, and furthermore, employers use a variety of legal loopholes to evade accountability. And according to testimony at last week's hearing, an employer who is actually caught stealing wages and sanctioned will still be better off and save money compared to those who pay the wages that are actually owed. Simply put, the current law puts honest employers at a competitive disadvantage to dishonest employers. The Wage Theft Prevention and Wage Recovery Act provides a responsible solution by increasing civil monetary penalties, enforcing stronger record keeping, and helping employees seek justice. The third bill, which is a bipartisan bill, is enhancing mental health and suicide prevention through Campus Planning Act. This incentivizes institutions of higher education to develop and implement mental health programs. Since the start of the pandemic, campus counseling centers have had to respond to an increased demand for student mental health services with limited funding, staff, and resources. This bill would encourage institutions to develop a broader, more comprehensive range of mental health services in coordination with existing federal, state, and community stakeholders. Fourth bill is the Campus Prevention and Recovery Services for Students Act of 2022. This bill brings together the Departments of Education, Health, and Human Services to support institutions in developing evidence-based prevention and recovery programs that are aimed at preventing alcohol and substance misuse and support students with substance abuse disorders. Finally, the Mental Health Matters Act, which is led by the chair of the Subcommittee on Health, Employment, Labor, and Pensions, the gentleman from California, Mr. Desagnier, includes a comprehensive set of proposals championed by several members of our committee. This legislation will help Head Start agencies implement evidence-based interventions to improve the health care of children and staff. It improves trauma-informed services in schools. It ensures mental health and substance use disorder services are accessible in an employer-sponsored health insurance, and recruits and retains school-based mental health counselors. I want to thank the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici, and the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, the gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Hayes, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross, for their leadership on that legislation. Taken together, these bills will advance America's financial, mental health, and physical health, and the steps are sorely needed to ensure that every American has the opportunities to succeed. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting these bills, and I'm now pleased to yield to our ranking member for the day, gentleman from Michigan, Ms. Wahlberg.
I thank the chairman. Today's markup deals with a wide breadth of bills, but many haven't received appropriate consideration. It leads me to ask, is putting legislative notches in the belt before November doing what's best for the American people? Well, there are two bills today that Republicans support. There's much more bad than good being marked up today. H.R. 7701, or the Wage Theft Prevention and Wage Recovery Act, is the wrong answer for American workers and job creators. Republicans believe that every worker should be paid in full. That is not under debate. What we do reject is weaponizing the Fair Labor Standards Act or any federal legislation to be used against our country's job creators. H.R. 7701 can only be described as predatory. What else would you call legislation that increases penalties on job creators by 900 to 4,900%? Talk about overkill. These massive and unreasonable fines could completely bankrupt small businesses. Further, liabilities like this will dissuade employers from hiring independent contractors. This will disadvantage thousands of workers who rely on the flexibility that independent work provides. Fear of Biden's Department of Labor could be the reason thousands of Americans lose work. This is fundamentally unfair. Americans should have the freedom to pursue flexible work arrangements without being strangled by red tape. H.R. 7701 will have a devastating impact on small businesses, independent contractors, and the franchise business model. H.R. 604, or the Reopen and Rebuild America Schools Act, is a bill that was already rejected by the Senate and the American people during Build Back Better fiasco. This bill was rejected on a bipartisan basis, and revisiting it now is a waste of time. Forcing schools to start construction projects during record-high inflation and major supply chain crises is completely irresponsible. Price spikes in raw materials, a shortage of construction workers, and record-high diesel costs are a perfect recipe for ensuring taxpayers don't get a good return on their money. Are we conveniently forgetting about the $204 billion sent to schools during the pandemic, the most our country has ever spent on K-12 schools at one time? All this money was sent to schools with few guardrails on how it was supposed to be spent and with no accountability system in place. Is it any wonder that some schools have used this money for haven't used this money for pandemic relief or have wasted it on unrelated projects? Take one school district in Wisconsin, for example, that used COVID relief money to build a new football field, or a high school in Iowa that renovated its weight room. As the House of Representatives, we have an obligation to taxpayers, and in all truth, this institution has been neglecting that duty. We need to stop throwing money around like it grows on trees. Today, I'm standing against reckless spending, and I hope my colleagues will stand with me. Next, let's talk about H.R. 7780, which includes several pieces of legislation, some of which were dropped on us at the end of last week. Lawmaking is supposed to be a deliberative process, not an exercise in majoritarian rule. I wonder if dropping these bills at the last minute was a deliberate attempt to hide more government spending and paydays for trial lawyers at the expense of workers and retirees that rely on employer-sponsored benefits. Democrats claim that the other 5 bills in this package will address the mental health challenges students are facing. But these bills miss the mark. Republicans continue to highlight the overwhelming toll that students have shouldered thanks to school closures that have been led by Democrat governors and their allies and teachers' unions. Not surprisingly, The majority refuses to address their own policy failures that led to this national catastrophe in the first place. Republicans will turn concern to action by offering a substitute amendment that provides greater coordination between state and local leaders based on the mental health needs in the states and communities. Lastly, there are two bills in this markup that Republicans support: H.R. 6493, the Campus Prevention and Recovery Services for Students Act, and H.R. 5407, the Enhancing Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Through Campus Planning Act. In addition to the stress created by prolonged school closures during COVID, we recognize that college students face a tremendous amount of social pressure and anxiety. One political commentator recently wrote, and I quote, "The COVID-19 pandemic saw a frightening rise in suicidal ideation, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, with 25.5%, a quarter of 18 to 24-year-olds more likely to report they'd seriously considered suicide," end quote. Sadly, we know mental health isn't the only issue college students face. According to the American Addiction Centers, nearly half of the participating college students met the criteria for at least one substance use disorder. These are heartbreaking statistics. These bills will help address mental health challenges as well as support prevention and recovery efforts regarding alcohol and substance abuse misuse on college campuses. Before I yield back, I must express some frustration with the majority's legislative tactics. One of the measures we are considering today was introduced late Monday night. Can this committee honestly say it provided a thorough and deliberative examination of the bill? Unfortunately, quantity over quality appears to be this committee's preference, and when you move this fast, there are bound to be mistakes. And I'm not talking about typos. I'm talking about unintended consequences that will impact workers, students, and job creators. This is not what the American people elected us to do. And I yield back.
Thank you. Without objection, all members who wish to insert written opening statements for the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically by the end of the day today. House rules require that a copy of the measures to be considered be made available to members and the public at least 24 hours in advance. This was done and distributed to all committee offices by the clerk. The committee will now proceed with the consideration of H.R. 604 for amendment. The clerk will designate the bill.
H.R. 604 to provide for the long-term improvement of public school facilities and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. And without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross, to offer an amendment in nature of a substitute.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment in nature of substitute at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 604 offered by Mr. Norcross of New Jersey. Identifier NORCRO_213.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text and open for amendment at any point. The amendment in the nature of a substitute was distributed electronically in advance. I now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate your continued advocacy on this issue. Certainly remember those students and those teachers who are in dire need of changes in their school building. The amendment in nature substitute includes following changes. H.R. 604, Rebuilding America's Schools Act. It clarifies school facilities, including grounds that surround them, so that the states and localities where these funds are to be used surround them to make sure that the buildings and grounds are safe and healthy for students to learn and for teachers to work. It also builds on significant green practices in the base bill to further ensure that our school facilities are sustainable and resilient. And certainly we know what happens after we were hit with Superstorm Sandy. In addition, the language authorizes the Office of School Infrastructure and Stability within the Department of Education to ensure that the agency is ready to assist states as they administer funds to local education agencies for these purposes. This amendment in the nature of substitute also makes additional changes aimed at ensuring that Rebuilding America's Schools program effectively meets its goal of ensuring that students and teachers in our highest poverty school districts have access to safe, healthy school buildings. Mr. Chairman, we're long overdue in making these investments in our nation's public schools. Nearly 100,000 public K-12 school facilities across this country. Average age is more than 50 years old, and many of these aging facilities have poor air quality, exposed mold, roofs in need of significant repair, electrical and IT systems that are completely out of date. And certainly coming out of COVID, we know how important clean air is, not only to our students, but to the entire population. Most of these school buildings do not have the funds to adequately modernize the buildings that we're talking about. This is why it's important to ensure that federal funds are available to our nation's schools. So in conclusion, we understand this is about helping our children, helping the teachers have a healthy environment, to make sure that thousands of jobs will be created, thousands of family-sustaining jobs in the construction industry. And I urge a yes on this amendment in nature of a substitute, and a yes on the critical legislation before us, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Does anyone seek recognition? Gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today we might as well be Groundhog Day in Education Labor Committee. We're marking up a bill that took on a similar form within the House-passed Build Back Better package just a year ago. Rather than giving the first iteration of this bill a graveside eulogy and laying it to rest for good, the majority has opted for a different tactic. They have exhumed the bill, presumably so that we can beat this dead horse a few more times. If at first you don't succeed, conjure up some legislative voodoo and try again. But what the bill won't acknowledge is that this bill we're marking up today already had its verdict read by both the Senate and the American people, and they outright rejected it. If this is not an exercise of futility, I don't know what is. Just look at the state that our country finds itself in, thanks to the fiscal irresponsibility policies of the Biden administration and the Democratic majority. The high cost of living is robbing the American people blind. Supply chain issues have gotten out of hand. Labor shortages continue to compound. Essential goods like baby formula are now in short supply, and yet another self-imposed crisis from the administration and the FDA. Given these disastrous policies, why in the world is the majority interested in forcing the schools to start construction projects, given what's happening in our country? They should take off the blinders and read the room. Has the majority forgotten about the billions of dollars that have already allocated to schools across the country through their so-called American Rescue Plan that they fast-tracked through Congress? Schools haven't been able to spend this money. In fact, after passing the boondoggle, we saw headlines across the country pop up like the Associated Press flush with COVID-19 aid, schools steer funding to sports. On top of that, the Secretary of Education just announced a process for schools to require more time to spend down their ARP funds. And whenever the schools are still, and even though schools are still flush with cash, Democrats are eager to force taxpayers to hand over even more money. With the majority, the answer to every issue is to spend more money. When spending more money gives us hyperinflation, the answer is spend more money. In today's markup, we'll hear remarks from the majority sing praises to the proposal until the cows come home. But here's the kicker. This bill will only result in taxpayer funds being squandered on frivolous projects. Nothing will be done to improve students' education. And yet, we're entertaining a bill that's not worth the paper it's printed on. Instead of producing responsible legislation that empowers school districts and does not hamper taxpayers, the Democrats have returned to the well once again to vote on a bill that's going nowhere. It's disappointing, and by far very disappointing at this point, and surprising. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek recognition? The gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I'd like to thank you, Chairman Scott and Representative Norcross, for your leadership on the Build America's Schools Act. This legislation is long overdue and will provide much needed investments in our nation's crumbling school infrastructure. While the COVID-19 pandemic and the need to safely rule schools across the country has highlighted many of the immediate infrastructure needs facing the nation's school buildings, our public education facilities have long suffered from neglect and depreciation, asbestos, contaminated water, mold, and improper ventilation. In North Carolina, the need for school repairs is greater now than ever. According to a recent report from Carolina school districts, schools across the state will $12.8 billion over the next 5 years to build, improve, or repair our facilities. Nearly $5 billion more than districts reported needing just 5 years ago. This includes improvements to HVAC systems, plumbing, electrical, and deferred maintenance needs, roof repairs, and necessary modifications to reduce class sizes and improve the quality of teaching and learning in our schools. Our children not deserve, but they need school buildings that are conducive to their learning, growth, health, and well-being. According to school districts in my state, the highest dollar value of renovation need is for heating and air conditioning improvements. Children cannot focus effectively when classrooms in desperate need of repair are disrupted during cold winter months due to improper heating and insulation, or during hot summer days when the heat is unbearable. Students continue to be subjected to untreated or lead-based pipes that contaminate their drinking water. It's our responsibility to do better for the future of our country. The Reopen and Rebuild America's Schools Act is a critical step toward addressing the long-standing infrastructure needs of our nation's public school. This legislation will provide $130 billion targeted at high-poverty schools where facilities pose a threat to the health and safety of our students and our teachers. It will help schools continue to reopen safely by providing emergency funding for repairs in line with CDC public health guidelines, including heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems. And it will also expand access to high-speed broadband, which is critical to ensuring that none of our students fall behind. Lastly, this legislation will help support our nation's workforce by creating an estimated 2 million new jobs through its investments in construction. The public funding provided through this legislation is badly needed for repairs needed for our public schools. This reaches far beyond what states and school districts can afford. I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation to invest in the safety, well-being, and educational success of our students and our educators. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek recognition? The gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Legis Fernandez. Gentleman from the Northern Mariana Islands, Mr. Sablon. Gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Stevens.
Mr. Chairman, I'd love to be recognized.
Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes. Strike the last word.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our colleague, Congressman Don Norcross, for this very important bill, H.R. 604, that I care so much about and I know will make a huge difference in Oakland County, Michigan. Frankly, Mr. Chairman, it just shocks and dismays me that Congress has not taken the steps to provide funding for school renovation, modernization, and repair in recent history. And this is something that this bill moves to do. I remember very early on in my first term of Congress on this very committee, we moved the Rebuild America Schools Act. This is so palpable to the people of Southeastern Michigan. And we know in March of last year that congressional Democrats. This Democrat majority, alongside President Biden, made exceptional, life-changing investments in the American Rescue Plan that allowed schools to reopen and recover from the pandemic. Unfortunately, we didn't have any one of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle joining in making the largest investment ever in public schools. And these emergency funds were just not made available to our districts for broad and sustained investments in school infrastructure. So with all due respect, that is why we are passing this bill through committee today. This is why we need to mark this up and get this done, because we need these infrastructure investments for cleaning up lead out of our schools. This is something I hear from constituents about throughout Oakland County, particularly in Royal Oak, Michigan, where there are schools that need these investments, and community members have come up to me and said, how can we access these dollars? How can we get this done? Well, the answer is HR 604. The answer is the Rebuild America Schools Act. The average age of nearly 100,000 K through 12 public schools is almost 50 years old. Right? We want to be in the 21st century. We want to compete. I'm a con-free on the America Competes Act. We want to invest in STEM education. We want to train the best and brightest, but you can't do it if your schools are falling apart. You can't do it if you don't have access to the funds to train and educate, particularly for the advanced manufacturing and the technology and all that other good stuff that we're so excited about and proud of that's seeding through Michigan's 11th district. So look, I don't want to accept an environment for fostering leaders of tomorrow that doesn't give them the best ecosystem to thrive. I want to implore my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to say, let's rebuild America's schools. Let's access these dollars. Newsflash, right? Any investment you make in your students is an investment right back into the Treasury of the United States, right? This is not hard concepts. We are coming out of 4 years of Betsy DeVos running the Department of Education. She's still trying to run the state of Michigan's education. We know that she'd come before this committee and be talking on subjects about students and not even use the word student. So what we are here to do today, regardless of zip code, regardless of parents' income, is invest in public schools, invest in infrastructure, clean up the lead out of the buildings, and make sure that we can all thrive and succeed and not have some Rube Goldberg system of accessing dollars. Allocating federal dollars through your great leadership, Mr. Chairman, and that of Mr. Norcross will enable us to succeed. So from Michigan's 11th district, from Oakland County, Michigan, I implore my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to use this opportunity for learners, for educators, for the success of tomorrow and today to succeed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller, is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I get the intent that people want to do here if it's about making sure our schools and buildings are safe. And I would just have a couple questions if the gentleman would answer them. I'd yield for that. It's $100 billion over 5 years. And my question is, do we have a plan together of what the needs are, what the costs for those needs are, and how it would be distributed? Because does it go to the states equally? Does it go to, how are we going to ensure that if I have schools in Pennsylvania that need it and another state doesn't have any schools that need it, that it will come to Pennsylvania and won't go to, Washington State or wherever, where maybe they don't have the need? So I guess I'm just sort of understanding, have we done an accurate assessment of how much is needed, where it's needed, and how we intend on driving that money to the appropriate places? And I'll yield to understand that. Yes, I yield.
You yield or yield back?
No, I'm yielding to see if somebody will answer the question.
Yeah.
Do we have a list of projects?
Well, we do know that the average age of this public school.
No, that's not the average age. do we know, do we have a list? What are we going to spend the money on it, and how are the schools going to get it? If we're just taking a pot of dollars and throwing it out there and say, have at it, how do we know it's going to go to the schools that need it the most and keep people safe?
Well, if the gentleman would yield and allow me to answer, the average age of a school in America is 50 years old. That, on average, which means a lot of them are a lot older than that. So it should be obvious that there's a phenomenal need for.
I didn't say, excuse me, sir, I didn't say there wasn't a need. I said, what's our plan? What's our plan to make sure the schools that need it get it? Or are we just taking $100 billion and throwing it out there and say, have at it? I'll yield for an answer.
Well, one of the things we do is distribute the money according to the Title I fund formula so that those schools most in need are the ones first in line to get most of the money.
Excuse me, if I can just, so Title I goes based on the condition of the school?
No, it's by virtue, in most school districts fund the schools according to the real estate tax, which means some are able to fund schools a lot better than others. When you use poverty as, and therefore there's some going to be a lot more need than others. But when you have schools that are on average 50 years old, you can assume that those in the low-income areas are the ones that are going to be most in need.
Okay, but if we have a school in a low-income, suppose we have a new school in a low-income area, would they still qualify for some of this money? I mean, and I'm not saying we shouldn't help. What I'm saying is I don't hear a plan. I mean, I hear us as Congress saying, oh my gosh, we've got to spend some money here, so we're just going to throw some money out there. And my point is, as oversight, how are we going to make sure that it gets where it's intended to go? What's the plan? Which schools? We should have a list of schools that need it the most. If we've got $100 billion, we should have a list of schools that need these the most, and those should get the funding. If the intent is making sure people are safe and our buildings are safe, we should have that assessment so that the money goes to where it needs to go, not just $100 billion, and here's going to be a grant program.
If the gentleman would yield again, the estimates of the need are at least twice as much as there is
Okay,
in this.
so
in this
do we have a
bill.
list of where this $100 billion is going to go? Which schools are going to get it? We should, if we know these buildings aren't safe, we should have a list, and we're going to say this school's going to get this, and this school's going to get that.
Mr. Chairman,
It's the time of the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I'm just going to
if the
wrap up.
gentleman would yield, I'd like
Okay,
to
I'll
take a
yield.
shot.
Gentleman yields.
There is not a school district that I know of in this country that does not maintain a list of the condition of their schools and have ready projects ready
Okay,
to go.
so then
This is-
you-
Let me finish if you want the answer. They maintain this list. We are not blindly sending checks to school. We are going to fund those projects that are in need of repair.
Okay, let me claim back here. So we already know where this money's going to go then? Or how are how are the schools going to apply for that money?
As the chairman already asked, there is a formula that is set up. It is a competition that the grants are going to be applied for. But there's another part of this bill that bonding will be available to the tune of $30 billion. And anybody who's been involved in bonds, particularly in schoolwork, is in order for them to be approved, you are putting forward a plan. This is not just sending out checks. This is going to places of need. The highest need are in those communities that are not as well off. And I yield back.
I'm just going to say that as well-intended as it may seem, I don't see a plan here that we're just going that we say, here's the items that need fixed, here's the schools that need them the most. You're talking about a grant program that people are going to compete for, and some school might need it more than the other, but, you know, we don't know how it's going to be driven out. It's going to be driven out under a formula. If I have a new school, doesn't matter where it is, they might not need the money, but they might be in a low-income area, but you might have another low-income area that has an older school, but they're both going to get some money. We're not directing this to the ones that need it the most. We're making ourselves feel good about this, quite frankly, and we're talking about kids. We're concerned about kids' college debt. We're mounting up debt in this country. Kids are going to have to pay for their grade school debt, and if we're going to make them do that, let's make sure that it's effective and meets the needs. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
Thanks,
Recognized for
Mr.
5
Chairman. I
minutes.
move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Well, I remind the gentleman that, from my good colleague from Pennsylvania, that the deficit is actually going down under President Biden. And we are working to solve long-term needs that save money in the long run, that prepare kids to be taxpayers, that will build the wealth of the nation. And this is just a really important idea. We are the wealthiest nation in the world, in fact. And one thing that we need to do is ensure that every student across this country has access to a high quality public school education, regardless of their area code or zip code. And here we are in 2022, and we can't even ensure our students are educated in buildings that aren't outdated and even crumbling. I'll give my colleague an example. In my district, the city of Mount Clemens, according to the Census Bureau, it has a poverty rate 1.4 times higher than the Metro Detroit average. Mount Clemens High School is 100 years old and in desperate need of improvements that, as Mr. Norcross suggested, we have a very specific list of what needs to be done. And yet students and educators there are struggling to teach and learn in that environment. The Reopen and Rebuild America's School Act is critical for our effort to rebuild from the pandemic and provide our educators and students with a safe place to learn. The bill invests $100 billion in grants and $30 billion in bond authority targeted at high poverty schools with facilities that pose health and safety risks to students and staff. And to wit, I'm delighted to have worked with Chairman Scott and the committee's great staff to ensure that provisions to address toxic PFAS exposure and remediation in our nation's schools are included in this bill. The science on this is very clear. PFAS is extremely detrimental to children, even in small quantities. If we wait to act on this, we may cause easily avoidable harm to a whole generation of children. My provisions that are included in this bill ensure that schools can use funding provided under the Act to test for, to remove, and to eliminate PFAS from school drinking water and meal prep facilities. The bill also includes PFAS on the list of contaminants that states are required to issue regulations on regarding safe drinking water. This has been a major priority for me following a report released in September 2020 by the Environmental Working Group that found roughly 27 schools and childcare facilities in 18 states, including Michigan, are within 5,000 feet of PFAS manufacturers. So this bill is badly needed. We're doing very specific things to improve the learning environment, the health and safety of our kids and our educators. I want to thank you, Chairman Scott, and thank Congressman Norcross for leading on this critical bill. We've got to recommit to fight not only to support our students and the many people who work hard to educate them, but also to invest in school infrastructure updates that our communities need. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition? Gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Legend Fernandez.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Norcross. This is such an essential and important bill. The Reopen and Rebuild America Schools Act, right? Rebuild our schools, because it needs to bring the much needed resources to our schools across the United States. And it does not meet the entire need, but it is such a meaningful down payment on these repairs and constructions that are essential. And we need to note, right, that it's not going to completely remediate the long backlog, but it is that down payment. The 2021 State of Schools report from the 21st Century Schools Fund indicated that states and school districts have an annual funding gap of $85 billion. The bill contributes an additional $20 billion per year to lower that gap by 23.5%. But I must raise a grave and historic injustice. This wasn't anything we've created, it's what we've inherited. And that is the state of funding for the Bureau of Indian Education schools. In this instance, the federal government alone is responsible for maintaining and building the schools that serve our Indigenous children. These children live in some of the areas of highest poverty. Over the last 30 years, child poverty among Native Americans has consistently exceeded 40%, which is so much higher than the average poverty rate in our country, which is already too high at 17%. I personally have spent considerable time in BIE schools trying to get these schools built that were condemnable. They were sitting on priority lists for years and decades. I've walked, beneath leaking roofs, falling plaster, broken bathrooms. Children should not have to go to school where there is construction caution tape that they have to wend their way around to get to the classroom. Because we know while these children live in areas of high poverty, they and their families also have high aspirations for their future. And our job is to remove the obstacles to their ability to achieve those goals and aspirations. In a hearing before the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs, BIE Director Tony Dearman reported that $4.5 billion is needed to replace BIE schools in poor condition. This is the worst of the schools. But this bill is using a historic funding level that set aside 0.5% of funding for BIE schools. That would only provide $500 million for BIE schools, a substantial amount, but a far cry from what is needed. As noted, for other schools, the bill would provide 23.5% of need, but for BIE schools, only 9% of need. And once again, for BIE schools, there's no other source of funding. There are no state bonds because these schools are on reservation lands and they cannot issue bonds on reservation lands. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle note that it is the state's responsibility to fund their schools. This is not true for BIE schools. And I don't completely agree with that because the federal government has a role in all schools and all our children. So I would suggest that we do not utilize the previous funding formula to determine how much we should allocate to Indian schools. Just because our country has historically underfunded these schools, we should not continue to underfund them. We need to do better by our Native students. By failing to make sure schools are in adequate condition, we are failing to comply with a constitutional duty arising from treaties and our trust responsibility to educate Native American children. It's also the morally right thing to do. So Chairman Scott, I'm so glad we were able to discuss these issues before today's hearing. I so look forward to working with you to increase the funding levels for Bureau-funded schools before this bill comes to the floor. Thank you so very much, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wilson, do you seek recognition?
I do, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word and thank you for all of your hard work and the committee's hard work. I'd like to speak on Reopen and Rebuild America's Schools. This bill, the Rebuild America School Act, provides an investment to ensure that students and educators have access to safe and healthy places to work and to learn. Prior to March 2021, with the passage of the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, Congress has provided very little to schools for building infrastructure. As a former teacher, school principal, associate superintendent, school board member, I know firsthand what it means for children to have a safe learning environment, not paint cracking off the walls, broken bathrooms, leaking roofs, no broken tiles. They should be brightly painted. Schools should be an oasis from troubled homes. Countless research studies have concluded that better buildings mean stronger academic outcomes for young people. It keeps staff and students in school and reduce student suspensions. Research has shown us that. As someone who fights on behalf of all students, particularly Black boys, this measure will help keep them in school by giving school leaders access to money they've not had in years to improve school infrastructure. I'm especially encouraged as this legislation requires and puts $100 billion in grants and $30 billion in bond authority to high poverty schools with facilities that pose health and safety risks to students and staff. I'm even more encouraged by this measure, as in 2021, my school district, Miami-Dade Public Schools, began a study of the structural integrity of its 400 school buildings. They found that over 200 of Miami-Dade schools are over 40 years old, and the upgrades needed are well documented in priority order, regardless of zip code, for the community to see. So this money will help us through that list. We must protect young people and their teachers in these schools by providing them with access to better school buildings. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment in the nature of a substitute, and I look forward to hopefully seeing this much needed measure enacted. And I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, could I be recognized, please?
The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to address my fine colleague from Michigan in his comment regarding the deficit going down. I'm gravely concerned that the deficit is not going down, and we need to tell the American people the truth and have some transparency. There's a difference between short-term and long-term. And if my numbers are correct, which I believe they are, the deficit will grow by over $1 trillion this year and nearly $13 trillion over the next decade. Now, let's not forget that if I get paid and I get my paycheck and my paycheck comes to the bank, I may have a surplus right now in my checking account. However, after I pay my bills, the bills that we're obligated to pay, all of a sudden I go from having money in my checking account to not having enough money in my checking account to pay my bills. So I am gravely concerned that we are misleading the American people, telling them that the deficit is going down. We need to take a look at our long-term fiscal responsibility of the hardworking taxpayers' dollars in which they send to the government. We need to be fiscally responsible, and we need to start telling the truth. And let's look at things long-term. So I find it very hard to believe that anyone would believe that long-term the deficit is going down. And now is not the time on a short-term basis to take responsibility for being fiscally responsible. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek recognition? Gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici,
Thank you. I move to strike the last word.
recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't take that long. I just want to speak in support of the Rebuild American Schools Act, which is important for the health and safety of students and educators, but it's also an issue of equity. Last night, the voters in Beaverton, Oregon passed a bond for their school district. That's great. I celebrate that. But unfortunately, in many communities, they do not. And that creates a gap, especially in rural communities. There are needs out there, as has been explained in prior testimony, that this legislation will help close those gaps. I also want to align myself with the remarks of my colleague, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, about the need to invest in Indian schools. There is one in Oregon, not in the district I represent, but close, And those investments are really critical to make sure that our Native American students are learning and thriving in safe buildings as well. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Norcross, for bringing forward this important legislation that will help keep our students and educators safe and healthy. And I urge all my colleagues to support the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank
That's
you.
all she said.
I recognize myself for 5 minutes. As a member of the Budget Committee, I think it's important to respond to the comment about the deficit. The fact is, the deficit is going down significantly this year. There is a difference between the deficit and debt. If you have any deficit this year, it will add to the debt. The debt is going up. The annual deficit is going down significantly this year. In fact, that is not an unusual phenomenon because before every Democratic presidential administration since Kennedy, as a percentage of the GDP, the administration, Democratic administration, has left office with a better deficit situation than they inherited, without exception. And in fact, every Republican administration since Nixon has left office with a worse deficit situation than they inherited, without exception. And so, as a member of the Democratic Party, I am not about to be lectured by a member of the other party on the question of deficit. But the gentlelady was absolutely right. There is a deficit, and that will add to the debt. The debt will grow. The debt will grow. But as an annual deficit, the deficit compared to last year will be significantly better than it was last year. I'd also want to point out again that the average age of our schools, according to the Department of Education, is about 50 years old. We don't need a list of the schools that will be improved to know that there is a massive need. When we have a transportation bill, we don't say which roads will be repaired. We know we got a transportation plan, a transportation problem, and that we need help. And so with that, I yield back. And are there others that seek recognition? If not, other amendments? Ms. Steele, I think you're on mute.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment, still AMD 5 at the desk.
Could you repeat that, please?
I have an amendment, still AMD 05 at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 604, offered by Mrs. Steele of California. Identifier H.R. 604_RAMD_05.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentlelady from Oregon reserves a point of order. And the gentlelady from California, Ms. Steele, is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank Ranking Member Dr. Fox. Mr. Chairman, as my Republican colleagues have pointed out, the American people have already rejected this bill. The American people know the Democrats' inflationary policies are hurting hardworking American families, and they know this bill would only make their lives worse. The construction business is suffering many of the same supply chain challenges we are seeing throughout the economy. And what are the results? The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics tracks the cost of construction materials. Their index tracking those costs increased 34%. The price of individual construction materials are also going up. The price of concrete increased 11%. Producer prices for painting and coating manufacturing has rose 15.5%. This is the basic economic truth. Too few resources chased by too much money causes inflation. This has major impact on real people. Because of supply shortages and increasing construction costs, home prices were up nearly 20% in February. This means fewer low-income families can afford homes. How are Democrats responding to these economic realities? By doing the opposite of what sound economic policy tells us. Last year, Congress enacted $1.2 trillion infrastructure package. When spending begins in the coming months, what is going to happen? Supply shortages will likely get worse and prices will likely increase even further. Now, Democrats want to pass a school construction bill to pump another $100 million into the construction market. Mr. Chairman, when somebody is in a hole, they should stop digging. But Mr. Chairman, maybe I'm wrong, and pouring more funds into construction during a supply shortage won't increase inflation. To address this, my amendment would require the Department of Education, in consultation with other relevant federal agencies, study the impact of this bill on inflation. The amendment also ensures that no taxpayer funds will be spent under the bill until we know that it will not increase inflation. This is very reasonable amendment. Let's commit to avoid doing further harm to the economy and to hardworking Americans suffering under those soaring prices. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone seek recognition? Gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unbelievable, remarkable are the first two words that come to mind when I hear the weak intellectual arguments that we should shut down the construction industry because prices are going up, which is exactly the opposite of what we're hearing from businesses across this country. It's time to invest, to make our economy. Colleges are investing. It just seems that we have lost our mind in some of these comments. You know, the idea of delaying construction of schools that we want to put our children into, which are in dire need of this work, is not in dispute. Go to any of our districts, look around. It needs to be done. And coming out of COVID, study after study talks about the heating and ventilation systems to make sure they're upgraded to prevent the spread of COVID. And the suggestion is we should shut down the industry. Well, the government accountability report that came out talked about districts with multiple systems in need of replacement, IT systems, which everybody agrees is something that we need. Listen, nobody wants to see money thrown away in areas that don't need the help. I concur with some of the comments of my colleague who talks about we should give money to school districts that don't need it. I think we're all in agreement there. But there are so many individual schools. I just want to tell you, I walked through the high school in my hometown, and they're just finishing rebuilding a new school. And I looked at a water fountain, and I see it's going to be open. The school that they're replacing, for over 10 years, kids in that school could not drink out of a water fountain because of the lead exposure. That's not acceptable in our country. That's not who we as Americans are. We deserve to give every kid an opportunity of learning in an institution that is safe and healthy, no matter what zip code they're in. We're all in this together, and the only true way to do this is to make the investments that we hear from business, that we hear from higher learning institutions. We can do this together. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Gentlemen, yield back his time. Does anyone else seek recognition? Does anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
The point of order is withdrawn. And the question now is on the Steele Amendment. All in favor of the Steele Amendment will say aye. All opposed,
Aye.
all opposed, no. No.
No.
Noes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for the recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested, and as previously indicated, that will be rolled.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have amendment at the desk.
Gentlelady from Michigan has an amendment at desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
It's
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 604, offered by Mrs. McLean of Michigan. Identifier HR 604_RAMD_02.
Thank you.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of her amendment.
Thank you. Democrats appear to be still in some confusion about how to respond to COVID. My amendment actually addresses that. The Democrat substitute amendment changed the name of the bill, removing the word reopen, so it would seem Democrats are ready to embrace the views of the vast majority of Americans that it's time to resume normal life while managing COVID. And I'll say that again, it's time to resume normal life while managing COVID. We can do the and word. Yet Democrats left language in the bill that requires states to track into perpetuity the degree to which school facilities are in compliance with COVID-era CDC guidelines. I think the whole database requirement is an absurd overreach and will increase states' costs. But the requirement for states to track forever the degree to which their schools are equipped to combat COVID is particularly absurd. This bill also requires states to prioritize grants in the first year of funding for school districts that want to retrofit schools to comply with COVID and CDC guidelines. My amendment strikes both provisions for two reasons. First, it has been discussed, school districts are already sitting on as much as $145 billion. I'll say it again. School districts are sitting on as much as $145 billion that can be spent to retrofit schools for physical distancing, upgrading HVAC systems, and tracking other steps to ensure that schools can safely educate our students. We all agree that we want our students to be safely educated. Creating an additional priority for these activities is just duplicative. Second, these conflicting provisions show that Democrats aren't quite ready to let go of their permanent pandemic mindset. I know that COVID cases are rising again, but with vaccines, this thing called natural immunity, and increased access to therapeutics, the progress that the American people have made, the new American people recognize that it is time to adjust to a new normal of living with COVID. We've done a good job. We've made a ton of progress. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and with that, sir, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone seek recognition on the amendment? Gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Manning.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to strike the last word and speak in opposition to this amendment. I must remind my colleagues that even before the pandemic, our nation's...
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I must remind my colleagues that even before the pandemic, our nation's public schools had significant need with regard to repairing and upgrading their heating, ventilation, and air conditioning or HVAC systems. Just as I stated earlier, this is a key strategy highlighted by the CDC to mitigate the spread of COVID. A GAO report on school facilities from 1995 found that half of all schools at the time had indoor air quality issues, and that 15,000 schools were circulating air unfit to breathe. The next GAO report, issued in 2020, found that air quality in our nation's schools has not improved. 4 in 10 school districts need to update or replace their HVAC systems in at least half their schools. Further, research shows that poorly functioning HVAC systems are a barrier to teaching and learning, particularly for schools with high concentrations of high poverty students. Moreover, we know that improving ventilation systems is an important way to prevent the spread of COVID in our schools. We have done a good job, as my colleague mentioned, but as she also mentioned, we're still experiencing high rates of COVID across the country. So I cannot imagine why at this time there would be an effort to delay improvements to school ventilation systems when that will keep our children from staying healthy. This amendment is simply incomprehensible. By introducing this amendment, my colleagues are attempting to distract from the fact that they have repeatedly voted to block funding for public education, even as our nation's schools struggle to recover from the pandemic. Congress must make long-term investments to rebuild our nation's dilapidated school buildings so that the 55 million educators and students who spend their days in these classrooms can stay healthy, can learn, and can thrive. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady is yielded back. Does anyone else seek time on the amendment? If not, I recognize myself briefly on the amendment. I don't think there's anything wrong for health to be a priority. And furthermore, we just heard from the gentleman from Pennsylvania complain that we didn't know what we were going to spend the money on. And this amendment eliminates the requirement that we keep the list of the need. I would hope that we would defeat the amendment and adopt the underlying bill. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, does anyone else seek recognition? If, does it? Okay. If not, the question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. McLean. All in favor of the amendment will say aye. All opposed, no.
No.
Noes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, can I call for a recorded vote, please?
Recorded vote is requested, and that will be, as previously discussed, it'll be rolled until later. Are there other amendments? Are there other amendments? The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
I have amendment, I think it's amendment number 4 at the desk.
Gentleman has an amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 604, offered by Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin, identifier H.R. 604 _ RAMD _ 04.
Yeah.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of his amendment.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
I've been involved in politics for quite a while, and I always remember my buddies in the trades. My buddies in the trades were always worried about people coming here illegally and taking their jobs. So my amendment is simple. It prohibits school districts from using grant funds under this bill to pay for employees or employees of contractors and subcontractors unless those employees are lawfully authorized to work in the United States. Allowing illegal immigrants to receive a pot of billions of dollars in federal contracts is an insult to the taxpayer and sends the wrong message to those on the other side of the border. My amendment would extend these protections to ensure that any employee paid with grant funds is not in this country illegally. I will say this amendment is for my good buddy Mark Ryle back in the United States, also America as a whole. Mr. Chairman, your Buy American provision shows that you agree Congress has a role in protecting the interests of the American people. There can be no greater interest than ensuring that taxpayer funds go only to those who respect our nation laws and play by its rules. I encourage my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone seek recognition on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady from North Carolina, Dr. Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you,
Last
Mr.
word.
Chairman. Thank you. This amendment seeks to prohibit high poverty school districts from accessing funds for school infrastructure unless all employees of all contractors and subcontractors are authorized to be employed in the United States. I want to remind my Republican colleagues that it's already illegal under federal law to hire workers without proper documentation. Under current law, if an employer is receiving federal funds, they already are prohibited from hiring undocumented workers. I would also remind my Republican colleagues that the majority of our nation's school buildings, particularly those in low-income communities, are in poor condition. This bill is not about immigration. It's about ensuring our nation's schools can have access to funds to address urgent school facilities needs. So without sustained investment from states and federal government, this gap will continue to grow. Too many students and teachers will continue to learn and work in school buildings that are unhealthy and unsafe. So it's not acceptable. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, I recognize myself on behalf on the amendment. And just say that, as the gentlelady from North Carolina said, this is not about immigration. It says that if you can't work legally, you can't work on these jobs, or if it's illegal, it's illegal. This amendment would essentially require the Department of Education to enforce immigration laws. They have no expertise in that, and the proper authorities ought to enforce the immigration laws, not the Department of Education. So I would hope we defeat the amendment. Does anyone? I yield back. Anyone else have any comments? If not, the question is on the.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
Thank you. The point of order is withdrawn, and the question is now on the Grothman amendment.
Yeah, I'd like to speak, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield my time to Mr. Grothman.
Yeah, I'll just point out, maybe they're wrong, but my trades guys, they're under the impression that people are sometimes taking their jobs that are not here illegally, and I think they would want this extra amount of protection.
Does the gentleman from Virginia yield back?
Yes, sir, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. If no one else seeks to speak to the amendment, the question is now on the Grothman amendment. All in favor of the Grothman amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.
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 The noes appear to have it. Got to have a recorded vote. Recorded vote is requested, and that will be rolled as previously indicated. Are there other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment.
Gentleman from Virginia has an amendment. The desk clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 604, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia. Identifier H.R. 604_RAMD_06.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved, and the gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. President Joe Biden has created crisis after crisis since taking office due to his radical left policies that are totally out of touch with the American people and his general incompetence overall. If Joe Biden wanted a secure border, he could have literally done nothing. He inherited a secure border. America would be better off today if President Biden had stayed in his basement on January 20th, 2021 and done nothing at the border. In fact, the Mexican crime cartels couldn't have designed themselves a more helpful border policy than what this administration has done. Some of the few promises this president has kept was to open the border. He stopped wall construction immediately after taking office. He reversed the Remain in Mexico policy that was working. And of course, he's planning to end Title 42, I guess because 200,000 illegals coming across on a monthly basis isn't enough. We had an all-time record in April of 234,000 illegal border encounters, not counting some estimated another 50,000 that are coming across evading apprehension or encounter by our law enforcement. America has had over 1 million illegal border crossings, again, that encountered our personnel and surrendered to them to be taken into our custody in just the last 6 months. But rather than restore the rule of law and our border security, our president, who's supposed to be the chief law enforcement officer, is instead the chief lawbreaker in the country. Instead of restoring the rule of law and border security, here he is joined by Democrats who once again want to throw money at a problem. That's always their solution. A problem that they, in fact, created, and they want to provide more funding to sanctuary cities who are supporting those who are breaking our laws. In the words of the previous president, we couldn't be more stupid with our policies. Lawless sanctuary cities across the country should not be rewarded for their defiance of federal law and, frankly, their demonization of ICE agents who are trying to enforce our laws. My amendment would provide funds under this act from going, or would prohibit funds under this act from going to sanctuary schools. Americans are overtaxed and families are paying exorbitant amounts of money for their children's education. They don't need to be stuck with the bill for the left sanctuary policies that subsidize lawlessness. Next, we'll be sending much-needed baby formula to criminal aliens at the border. Oh, wait, we're already doing that now. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The gentleman is yielded back. Does anyone seek recognition?
I do,
of the
Mr.
amendment?
Chairman.
Gentlelady from Oregon,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to strike the last word and speak in opposition to this amendment.
please recognize for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, this amendment is not about supporting students. It's about making a political statement at the expense of the health and safety of students. There is one thing we should all agree on. Our job as members serving on the House Education and Labor Committee is not to address matters related to immigration. I do want to remind my colleagues that in June of 1982, the Supreme Court issued Filer versus Doe, a landmark decision holding that states cannot constitutionally deny students a free public education on account of their immigration status. Neither should this amendment be a factor in ensuring our nation's school facilities receive funding they desperately need. I want to note that in 1987, my home state of Oregon passed a law, by the way, bipartisan law, passed nearly unanimously, passed a law that prohibits law enforcement from asking about immigration status in most situations. It passed almost unanimously with bipartisan support because it's what's best for public safety. It has been, in fact, strengthened since 1987. So by introducing this amendment, my colleague is attempting to distract from the fact that the Republicans have repeatedly voted to block funding for public education, even as our nation's students struggle to recover from the pandemic. We cannot allow partisan politics to undermine public education. We must stay focused on fulfilling Congress's role in education, which is giving all students the support they need to get back on their feet and making sure that teachers can provide students with a high-quality education in a safe school. My colleagues on this committee are bringing up a divisive partisan amendment that, by the way, is not germane to the nature or substance of this bill or discussion, so I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment?
Yes, I would like to, Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens.
I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Good.
Thank you, Mr. Owens. Mr. Chairman, we ought to be focused on American children's education. We ought to be focused on American children's health care. we ought to be focused on meeting the needs of Americans' children and their parents. Especially, I hate to break it to the majority, but there are finite, limited resources even for government. I happen to serve on the Budget Committee in addition to Ed and Labor, and I believe Mr. Chairman serves with me on that committee. At the rate of spending right now, our federal debt is going to grow. The amount held by the public is going to grow from 24 trillion. It has grown by 600% since in the last 20 years, from 3 trillion to 24 trillion. In the last 20 years, from 3 trillion to 24 trillion. Assuming the current spending patterns continue, our federal public debt is going to grow from 24 trillion to 134 trillion by 2051. So in the next 30 years, our debt at the current rate is going to go from 24 trillion to 134 trillion. So I said before, don't anybody tell Democrats what comes after trillions. The way we're spending money as if it's monopoly money, it doesn't exist. To put that in, and what will that cost? 134 trillion in debt. Again, so we're just taking care of the whole world here. That 134 trillion will cost us $6 trillion to pay just the interest on it. $6 trillion. Good grief, you only had $8 trillion in new spending last year. So this would cost $6 trillion to pay the interest on the debt. That's $20,000 per American citizen just to pay the interest on the debt is where we're going. And you're, oh, well, wait a minute, we might not do that in the next 30 years. This president's budget, which by the way, already got a $2 trillion deficit to add to the national debt of $30 trillion. This president's budget that he's asked for is to increase spending by 66% over the next 10 years. So why aren't we prioritizing Americans' children? This open border policy that all of these majority parties' legislative objectives want to support, these open border policies, 7 billion of the world's population does not live in this country. 7 billion. How many of them would like to come here if they could? What's the end game as we ramp up the illegal border crossings, as we rescind Title 42? So this administration's admitting, this is Mayorkas admitting that we're going to go from some 7,000 to 8,000 a day to 18,000 a day. It's going to double or even triple, which would put us on pace for 5 million illegal crossings this year. I guess y'all think that's great, because I don't ever hear an explanation of what the limit should be. How many of the world's 7 billion population that doesn't live in the United States should we allow into the country? And is there any point at which you think, well, America ceases to be America when that happens? So would it be 1 billion would be great? So now we've got 1.3 million residents of the country, 300 million Americans, 1 billion illegals we've allowed in. Is that great? Well, what about the other 6 million? Maybe 6 billion, maybe they'd like to come. I guess we should tell American citizens, why don't you go to the border if you need baby formula, because then you can pretend you're an illegal alien crossing into our country and we'll give you baby formula. What is the end game with this administration's policies? We're not letting ICE do their job. We're not letting Border Patrol do their job. We're subsidizing sanctuary cities. We're subsidizing the children of criminal aliens by making us teach every child in whatever language. How is a school system supposed to do that? How is a school system supposed to do that? We're overtaxed already with our social services, with our welfare services, with our health care services, with our security services, with our law enforcement services. Crime is at record levels, violent crime in our city. Illegal drugs coming across our border at record levels. Sex trafficking, human trafficking, child trafficking. Where is the end? And here we are today. We want to subsidize that happening with precious finite resources that the American taxpayer has to pay for. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I yield back my time.
Gentleman from Utah yields back his time. Does anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Just a minute. General Rouse, seek recognition on the,
Mr. Chairman, I would draw the point of order.
does the gentleman from New York seek recognition on this?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Chairman, I seek to strike the last word. The height of hypocrisy, Mr. Chairman, how do we hear folks ignore the realities across the country, different states across the country? Well, immigrants serve our food and at the table and deliver our food to our doorsteps. And where these same folks that are being attacked pick the crops and the vegetables and the fruits that land in our dinner table, the height of hypocrisy. They take care of our children. They take care of our frail and elderly parents. Mr. Chairman, they were there for us during the pandemic, as many of us were afraid to even step out of our homes. They were there for us, delivering the food to our doorsteps and taking care of our cash registers at the supermarket and doing all other types of work that was high-risk work, and in many cases led them to their death. The height of hypocrisy. So I speak proudly as a representative from New York City, New York State, a sanctuary city. And yes, if being a mom and taking your child to school and not be afraid that perhaps that child is going to be cuffed and deported is called being a mom in a sanctuary city, then yes, New York is a sanctuary city. If it means that you can go to a police department, a precinct, to report a crime without being afraid that you will be locked up and deported, then yes, New York City is a sanctuary city. If it means that it still harbors the hopes and opportunity of people across the world, then yes, New York City is a sanctuary city. And so, Mr. Chairman, this particular amendment really literally ignores that many cities across this country were built by immigrants and on the backs of immigrants and their families, that they later on have become doctors, lawyers, and even members of Congress. So yes, we are very proud to provide a haven of opportunities for children that want to be great Americans. And this amendment is the height of hypocrisy at its very best. And it's against immigrant children and their families across the country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield time to Mr. Good.
Thank you, Mr. Keller. You know, I didn't hear in the previous gentleman's remarks what the end game is, how many illegals we should let into our country. I didn't hear an answer. Maybe I missed it. Haven't heard it answered yet in the year and a half I've been here in D.C. And talk about hypocrisy, talk about deceit, talk about dishonesty. Why don't, to try to meld together all the contributions that legal immigrants have made in our country's history and continue to make today. No country in the history of the world has been more accommodating of people from all backgrounds, all races, all ethnicities, all nationalities, provided more upward opportunity for people of all demographics than the United States of America. We are the most diverse country in the world. We're the most diverse country in terms of the opportunity that we have for people, no matter, again, what your background, your ethnicity, your nationality, your race, or what have you, as we should be. And we are a nation of legal immigration. However, we shouldn't be a nation of illegal immigration. We have an immigration process, come through the port of entries, and apply legally. Instead, this president put out the sign, open for business for illegal immigration. That's why they flooded the border as soon as he got sworn in wearing their Joe Biden t-shirts. Illegals who are here don't just perform some service jobs that, some might depend on. There are some who commit crimes in our country. In my home community of Lynchburg, Virginia, we just had an MS-13 gang member who came across illegally, convicted of murder in my home community. Let's require legal immigration. Let's stop rewarding illegal immigration. And I yield back, Mr. Keller.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, If not, the question, did you withdraw the point of order? Point of order has been withdrawn. The question is now on the Good Amendment. All in favor of the Good Amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All opposed, no?
No.
No. Noes appear to have it.
No, sir, they don't. Let's have a recorded vote.
Okay, we'll see. Recorded vote is requested.
One day I'm gonna win one.
Well, hopefully not soon. Recorded vote is requested. They'll be rolled as previously indicated. Are there other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment.
The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr.
That's an
Chairman.
amendment. That's just a minute. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 604, offered by Mr. Jacobs of New York, identifier H.R. 604_RAMD_03.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved, and the gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is simple. We have already appropriated $190 billion for K-12 schools over the last 2 years. Schools should at least have to spend that money down before we throw another $100 billion on top of that. Everyone in this committee wants to make sure every student in this country can go to school in a safe building that is conducive to learning. But we know schools are already flush with cash. We've seen widespread reports of schools using the money they have already received from the 3 rounds of ESSER to build athletic facilities, which tells me there is already an excess of funds out there. In fact, as of May 9th, less than a quarter of that money has been spent, despite the fact that some of that money has been available for nearly 2 years. Of the most recent tranche appropriated through the American Rescue Plan, school districts have spent less than 9%. That means school districts have at their disposal right now about $145 billion in federal taxpayer funds. School districts are having so much trouble spending that money. The Department of Education indicated just last week that they are willing to extend the deadline by which school districts have to spend that money, even though the deadline is still more than 2 years away. Mr. Chairman, I spent 7.5 years on the school board in Buffalo. I understand the need to renovate many of our country's schools. However, we need to slow down our spending here. This Congress can't seem to spend other people's money fast enough. The reckless spending of the last 2 years has already caused the worst period of inflation in decades. That inflation hurts everyday Americans, and it actually is counterproductive to the goal of this legislation. The U.S. Census Bureau has stated that construction costs have increased nearly 18% between 2020 and 2021. These cost increases make the kind of project this bill is attempting to fund much more difficult and expensive. Many school districts across the country are confronting this right now. When school districts embark on construction and renovation projects, they typically have to lock in a budget before the project starts. When your costs suddenly skyrocket in the middle of the project, that creates serious challenges. Districts are then forced to reevaluate projects and make hard decisions. Let's give the American people a break from this inflationary spending. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone seek recognition? Gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's
in
recognized for 5
opposition to the
minutes.
amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment seeks to prohibit high-poverty school districts from accessing funds for school infrastructure until all COVID-19 relief funds are spent. I'd like to remind my colleagues that the Department of Education has obligated COVID-19 relief funding with urgency, and 100% of funds have been obligated to states. I would also like to remind my Republican colleagues that the majority of our nation's school buildings, particularly those in low-income communities, are in poor condition. Data from the 2021 State of Our Schools reports indicates that the U.S. is underinvesting in our nation's school buildings by a staggering $85 billion each year, and that's up from $45 billion per year in 2016 when the report was last published. Without sustained investment from states and the federal government, this gap will continue to grow. Too many students and teachers will continue to learn and work in school buildings that are unhealthy and unsafe. That is unacceptable. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, I recognize myself on the amendment. Just to say that some school districts are trying to spend the money intelligently, which means that they're delaying sometimes when they can't find appropriate architectural support or acquire land so that they can build the schools, and they are delaying spending responsibly. To require them to give up an opportunity to get additional funds that they desperately need seems to me to be going in the wrong direction. I yield back. Does anyone else seek recognition? Gentlelady from Oregon.
I withdraw the point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, the question is on the Jacobs Amendment. All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
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 The noes appear to have it. Gentleman asked for a recorded vote. That will be, a recorded vote is granted. That will be take place at the end. Other amendments? Are there other amendments? If there are no other amendments, we will suspend consideration of this bill, consider the amendments at the end and final passage at the end, and go on to the next bill, H.R. 7701, the Wage Theft Prevention and Wage Recovery Act. The clerk will designate the bill.
H.R. 7701 to amend the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 and the Portal to Portal Act of 1947 to prevent wage theft and assist in recovery of stolen wages, to authorize the Secretary of Labor to administer grants to prevent wage and hour violations and for other purposes.
Thank you. Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. And without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. I now recognize the gentlelady from North Carolina, Dr. Adams, to offer an amendment in nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment in nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7701, offered by Ms. Adams of North Carolina. Identifier H7701_ANS.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered as original text and open to amendment at any time, at any point. The amendment in nature of a substitute was distributed electronically in advance. I now recognize the gentlelady from North Carolina on behalf of her amendment. Dr. Adams.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment in the nature of a substitute makes the following changes to H.R. 7701, the Wage Theft Prevention and Wage Recovery Act. It removes the findings and purposes sections. This is intended to streamline the bill and keep its focus on core policy objectives. It directs the Secretary of Labor to prescribe model disclosures and pay stubs and make them publicly available. This is intended to make it easier for businesses to comply with the bill's requirements. It enables employers to make a good faith showing that final tender was provided to individuals who may be intentionally avoiding receiving final payment. This is intended to avoid triggering unwarranted penalties for employers. It makes several changes to the grant program that are intended to clarify and streamline its purposes of helping employees and employers. It removes the statutory requirement for a Government Accountability Office report. Should this bill become law, we plan to revisit this idea and closely work with GAO on it. It clarifies that similar state or local laws are not preempted so long as those laws requirements are at least as comprehensive as the requirements in this bill. This bill is intended to be a floor, not a ceiling. It also directs the Department of Labor to provide necessary assistance to employers operating in more than one state to ensure compliance with the bill's requirements. And finally, it makes technical and clarifying changes. Many of these changes were informed by last week's Workforce Protections Subcommittee hearing and discussions with members. Too often, dishonest employers cheat their employees out of wages that they are legally entitled to receive, known as wage theft. These practices can take many forms, whether it's paying workers less than the minimum wage, withholding overtime pay, forcing workers to work off the clock, or withholding tips. This is a multi-billion-dollar problem. Each year, dishonest employers steal at least $15 billion from workers' paychecks in minimum wage violations, with all forms of wage theft likely exceeding $50 billion annually in stolen compensation. These practices also disproportionately hurt women, workers of color, and those already earning the lowest wages. In fact, workers who suffer a minimum wage violation are more than 3 times as likely to be in poverty, and 1 in 3 receive some form of public assistance. During last week's subcommittee hearing, we heard from a worker who spoke to the difficulty that workers have pursuing claims for back wages. This worker noted that his successful claim for back wages was, quote, historic, because it is so rare, more must be done on the federal level to protect all workers, end quote. But wage theft is not just a worker problem. It also hurts law-abiding employers who are doing right by their employees. Chairman Scott and I invited a small business owner to be one of our witnesses at last week's subcommittee hearing. The Republicans did not invite a business owner. This small business owner said wage theft creates, and I quote, a profitable practice for dishonest employers that hurts small businesses like mine, but by creating an unfair playing field in a competitive market. Current law favors dishonest employers over hardworking Americans and business owners who pay their workers what they are owed. This bill will fix that problem and is squarely on the side of those businesses that play by the rules. It isn't an anti-business, it's anti-dishonest business. There's a big difference. Today is a day that we can stand up for workers and honest businesses. We can finally address a problem that has far too long persisted. Today is a day where we get to show whose side we're on. And so I urge a yes vote on this amendment, Mr. Chair, in the nature of a substitute, a yes vote on the motion to report, and I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone seek recognition on the bill? Gentleman from Pennsylvania. Mr. Keller, recognized for 5 minutes. Strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Republicans support the enforcement of the Fair Labor Standards Act, or FLSA. Every worker in America should be paid fully and legally for their work. Yet H.R. 7701 would erode the trust between employers and employees, not strengthen it. Any legislation that attempts to weaponize federal agencies against our country's job creators, the very people we rely upon to keep our economy running, is unacceptable. We know that wage and hour laws are extremely complex and difficult to navigate. This legislation should have worked to clarify these requirements, but instead it makes them even more convoluted. It also levels crushing penalties on employers for not being able to navigate effectively the maze of red tape it creates. These punitive enforcement penalties will crush job creators, especially small businesses, many of which are still suffering from forced shutdowns, the labor shortage, and inflation. If anyone ever wanted a recipe for economic stagnation, this bill is it. The onerous mandates and disproportionate penalties in this bill will have a chilling effect on the ability of employers to offer additional benefits to workers, including greater compensation or flexibility. The federal government needs to stop getting in the way of employers who just want to do what is best for their employees and their businesses. This legislation will substantially increase the federal government's control over the workplace, which is often Democrats' true aim. H.R. 7701 would fundamentally alter the FLSA by expanding its jurisdiction to enforcing all employment contracts, including collective bargaining agreements. H.R. 7701 is another vehicle to help Democrats continue their campaign against independent contractors. The thing Democrats cannot stand most about these workers is their independence and that they aren't tied down by the demands of labor unions. Yet it is this independence and flexibility that these workers appreciate the most. In going after independent contractors, Democrats are ignoring the most important role these workers play in serving vital industries. This legislation will also make it harder for Americans to choose where, when, and how they work, and it will harm job creators who are still struggling to find enough workers to fill open positions. H.R. 7701 demonstrates that Democrats refuse to learn from their mistakes. It is because of the left's flawed policies that our nation is struggling economically. Today, we are looking at legislation that only offers more of the same. For the sake of our job creators and America's workforce, I will be voting no on H.R. 7701, and I urge all members of this committee to stand up for economic employment independence and do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone seek, gentleman yields back. Does anyone seek recognition on the bill? The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, wage theft is widespread, largely unchecked. It's an epidemic happening all across this country. The Economic Policy Institute estimates that wage theft costs workers $50 billion a year. If we want to do something to advance our economy, one good thing would be to pay workers the money that they're owed. Research shows that wage theft disproportionately hurts low-wage workers, who are often the most vulnerable. According to a 2017 study conducted by the Economic Policy Institute, on average, hourly workers lost 25% of their annual earnings, or $3,300 in stolen wages. Low-wage workers, already struggling to make ends meet, are being robbed by bad actor employers nationwide. While the Fair Labor Standards Act nominally prohibits wage theft, the Act's civil penalties and insignificant damage provisions fail to deter unscrupulous employers from engaging in wage theft. I've seen this for 40 years since I started helping workers organize in the early 1980s. We need to do more to protect workers from wage theft. That's why I'm so proud to support this bill and strengthen enforcement of the FLSA's wage theft provisions. The Wage Theft Prevention and Wage Recovery Act ensures that employees receive detailed pay stub information and have access to payroll records so they can make sure they're getting their full pay and bring a claim if they're not. It's transparency. It's simple accountability. The Act strengthens the penalties of the FLSA by raising the maximum civil monetary penalties for wage and hour violations from $1,100, which basically might as well be nothing, to $22,030 for initial violations, and from $2,203 to $110,150 for repeated or willful violations. Unscrupulous employers must be effectively deterred from stealing from their workers. Workers deserve a strong voice at work, whether individually or collectively. This bill also prohibits the use of mandatory arbitration agreements and collective action waivers as a condition of employment. I urge my colleagues to support this excellent bill. I thank our colleague, Representative Rosa DeLauro, a longtime champion for workers, for introducing it, and you, Chairman Scott, for your leadership and bringing it to be marked up today. And with that, I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield? Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, I yield.
When,
Yes, I yield.
when you indicated what the potential fine was, is that the actual fine, or can the fine be up to and include lower amounts depending on considerations like the size of the organization, how egregious or how willful the violation was?
Absolutely. The figures I was using were for the maximum possible penalty. So there's tremendous discretion of the agency to levy a fine up to that amount. And, typically the maximum fines would be for the largest employers or the most egregious violations, not for all violations.
Thank you.
Yep.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman,
Um,
Mr. Chairman,
Dr. Adams, you've already spoken on this.
okay.
But I'll recognize myself and yield to Dr. Adams. Dr. Adams, did you seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to.
I've just yielded. I yield my time to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to strike the last word, speak in opposition. Representative Keller's amendment seeks to narrow the definition of employee, so even more unscrupulous employers can classify workers as independent contractors to avoid liability under the FLSA. Misclassification by dishonest employers is already a rampant issue and a common form of wage theft.
Dr. Adams, are you speaking to the pending amendment?
Is this?
We're still on. Okay, we're still talking about the amendment nature of a substitute. We haven't gotten to amendments yet.
Okay, I apologize, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, no problem. Gentleman from, gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to our wonderful chairwoman, Rosa DeLauro, to Representative Mike Levin for summarizing this bill and the importance of it. And I'm really glad that we're working to address this incredibly serious issue of wage theft in this country. And in response to some of the earlier comments, I don't think any worker, no worker appreciates having their wages stolen. So this is about those who work and then are not paid for their work because the employer is in essence stealing their work and gaining an unfair advantage over other businesses, which is one of the important points that Chairwoman Adams made and for which I agree. I have also heard this frustration from businesses in my district. So we are indeed responding to an issue that both businesses and employees recognize is wrong. And these crimes, because it is a crime to steal somebody's wages, to steal somebody's labor, the hard work that they put into their job and then to not pay them for it is simply wrong. And they hurt all communities. But I would note that they especially hurt Latino communities. According to the Joint Economic Senate Committee, Hispanic workers are concentrated in sectors considered by the Department of Labor to be low wage but high violation industries. These include construction and agriculture. Pervasive wage theft is sadly rampant in these industries. Hispanic women in particular are directly affected by wage theft, and they are disproportionately harmed on top of that by their gender wage gap. And they are also, remember, mothers or grandmothers working to feed their children and grandchildren, and we are allowing employers to take the money out of their pockets that must go into those children's lunch boxes. Last week, I met with domestic workers from New Mexico. This was a group of hardworking women who provide essential care and services to families in need. We all need these workers. They do every family a service by caring for our children, by caring for our elderly, but too often they are treated like second-class citizens. One woman shared with me that when her employer learned that she was a migrant, they immediately lowered her wage, even though she had been a hardworking employer for years. Sadly, this type of incident is common for immigrants. Last year, the Center for Public Integrity Analysis of the Labor Department and the U.S. Census Bureau data found that industries with higher percentages of foreign-born workers had higher rates of wage theft. So I am thankful for organizations like Somos, a New Mexico worker rights and immigrant-led organization. Somos provides legal services to wage theft victims and educates workers about their rights and remedies. They work closely with the Attorney General's office and with the law enforcement to bring these cases to bear. But the fact is that the federal government needs to do a better job at standing up for our own workers. We need to give organizations like Somos and the workers themselves better tools to defend themselves. The Wage Theft Prevention and Wage Recovery Act makes it harder for employers to commit wage theft and puts a harsher penalty on those that do. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on the ANS and support vulnerable workers. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment in nature of a substitute? If not, are there amendments to the amendment in nature of a substitute? Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman has an amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7701, offered by Mr. Keller of Pennsylvania, identifier H7701_R_03.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 7701 imposes costly mandates and penalties on job creators that would deter employers from offering the flexible workforce arrangements that workers increasingly seek. More and more Americans are choosing to work as independent contractors, especially in light of the changing nature of work due to the COVID-19 pandemic. In fact, an MBO partner survey found that the number of individuals engaging in independent work grew by 34% in 2021. The same survey also found that a vast majority of independent workers say they are happier and healthier as independent contractors. In spite of that, committee Democrats have introduced legislation that does not reflect the wishes of these individuals experiencing the benefits of independent work. H.R. 7701 creates unnecessary red tape that will interfere with the ability of workers and companies to enter into flexible work arrangements that benefit them both. The Democrats' bill will not help workers. Rather, it will have a chilling impact on the ability of individuals to work independently and shut down numerous small businesses and entrepreneurial startups that drive job growth and economic development in the United States. This amendment would provide certainty to independent contractors by clarifying that these individuals are not subject to the new and inflexible mandates in the bill. It would do this by using a common sense, easy to understand worker classification test. This amendment stops the government from taking away the right of Americans to work as they want, whether as an employee or an independent contractor. Instead of burying job creators and independent contractors under government regulations, we need to give businesses and workers clear rules and the flexibility needed to respond to changing economic circumstances. I urge my colleagues to stand up for the American people's right to economic and employment independence. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentleman. Yields back. Does anyone seek recognition on the amendment? Does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'd like to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Keller's amendment seeks to narrow the definition of employee, so even more unscrupulous employers can classify their workers as independent contractors to avoid liability under the FLSA. Misclassification by dishonest employers is already a rampant issue and a common form of wage theft. Now, according to an Economic Policy Institute estimate, 20% of all employers have misclassified their employees as independent contractors, costing those workers billions of dollars in hard-earned wages each year. Through misclassification, employers can pay their workers below the minimum wage rate, exempt them from numerous employment protections, and rob workers of any legal recourse under the FLSA or state and local wage law. The Department of Labor already has a robust test to fully and comprehensively consider all of the factors which allows employers to appropriately classify workers as independent contractors when necessary. So we should be protecting more workers' hard-earned wages, not less. So I urge a no vote on Representative Keller's amendment and a yes on the ANS. I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? Gentlelady from Oregon.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
The point of order is withdrawn. Anyone else seek recognition? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller. All who favor the amendment will say aye. All opposed, no. No.
No.
The noes appear to have it. The recorded vote is requested. That will be considered at the end. Are there other amendments?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment.
Okay, just a minute.
It's good, H7701R01 at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7701, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia, identifier H7701_R_01.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved, and the gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My remarks are timely because in my home community, within my district, we just had a Mexican restaurant owner of a Mexican restaurant, whom it's my understanding happens to be an immigrant, who just got penalized $200,000 by the federal government for allegedly making some mistakes with overtime pay. If this penalty puts him out of business, the pay for his employees will go down to zero, as will the precious, punitive future tax revenue so highly coveted by the Democrat majority. And yet, we want to severely increase these kinds of penalties on employers because of the contempt this committee continues to demonstrate for employers, businesses, and job creators. Heck, let's make it harder for the small businesses in this country to operate, earn a decent profit, and pay those very employees whose families depend on them. H.R. 7701 allows the Department of Labor to impose outrageously inflated civil monetary penalties on businesses of all sizes, even if the violation is merely a technical error or an honest mistake like it was with this Mexican restaurant in my community. This bill drastically increases certain penalties under the FLSA by 900 to 4,900%. Let's just call it 1,000 to 5,000%. A ridiculous and overly punitive approach to enforcement that will crush small businesses. But heck, who needs a job anyway, right? When this majority wants to pay folks not to work and thinks these mean old business owners probably lied, cheated, and stole to become business owners to begin with. Well, my amendment would exempt the smallest of business owners from the unnecessary, harmful, and one-sided civil penalties in this bill in order to reduce the risk of bankrupting job creators that don't have the professional human resources staff that the big corporations do, or the access to a team of lawyers in their compliance department to interpret these complicated and increasingly complicated federal labor laws. This bill includes unprecedented and extreme penalties that would have a chilling effect on the ability of many small business job creators to offer additional benefits to their workers or force them to close their doors for good because of the new and onerous fines imposed by this legislation. Maybe that's what Democrats want, since their COVID policies closed 25% of businesses in Virginia over the last 2 years. This legislation's regulatory mandates and enormous penalties create immense uncertainty that would exacerbate the historic hardships already facing small businesses around the country in the wake of the Democrat COVID lockdowns. Small businesses make up 99% of U.S. companies, and they employ the majority of U.S. workers and account for 2/3 of new jobs in this country. These businesses continue to face tremendous and unprecedented challenges. Main Street cannot thrive if Congress continues to significantly increase the cost of doing business by imposing punitive fines, which are unreasonable, expensive, and difficult to challenge. If they can afford to pay them at all, the cost will be passed on to their customers or all Americans. I mean, I know that the president said in the State of the Union address, just lower your costs. His spokesperson, Jen Psaki, said don't pass on increased costs to your customers. But let me help the majority party understand businesses don't pay these taxes, businesses don't pay these regulations, businesses don't pay these costs without passing them on to their customers. That's how business works. So I urge my colleagues to support the common sense amendment and to protect small businesses, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone seek recognition to speak to the bill? The gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Omar.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word and oppose the good amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes. Strike the last word.
Last week, we held a legislative hearing on the wage theft bill. Committee Democrats invited a small business owner from my district to testify. Committee Republicans, although they had the option, did not invite a small business owner as their witness. The Democratic witness testified that he very much considers himself a small business owner. He also testified that we should be encouraging more businesses to follow the law and pay their workers the wages they are owed. He stated that complying with the FLSA standards, quote, isn't a burden, it's simply a necessary task, end quote. The underlying bill holds dishonest businesses accountable so that law-abiding ones are not disadvantaged. As Dr. Adams said, this bill is not anti-business. It's anti-dishonest business. The Good Amendment gives a free pass to certain businesses, tells workers they don't deserve the protection in our bill. That's wrong to those workers and will continue the unacceptable status quo that disenfranchises businesses that play by the rules. Let's listen to the actual small business owner that the Democrats invited, and let's reject the Good Amendment and vote yes on the INS. I yield back.
Gentlelady's yielded back. Does anyone else seek recognition? Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I just want to make a statement. I'm
Gentleman
glad.
from said he's recognized for 5 minutes. Strike the last word.
I'm glad the previous speaker mentioned the small businessmen they invited here. He admitted how difficult the current standards are to comply with. It admitted he makes mistakes. So I don't think this really helps him by creating more onerous mandates and so forth. And I yield to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
Thank you, Mr. Keller. It's interesting, the previous speaker from Minnesota said, hey, we want to give them a free pass because they would only have to pay the current penalties. I don't think this restaurant owner I just referred to, who's getting fined $200,000, thinks they've gotten a free pass. I'd like to inform my colleagues in the majority that a $200,000 penalty for a restaurant owner is not a free pass. And I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. I guess I just want to talk, and if we want to talk a little bit about wage theft, all we have to do is look at the increases in President Biden's proposed budget in taxes. That's taking people's wages. Also, what's taking people's wages is inflation. Gas hit another record. That's wage theft due to the policies of the Biden administration. Look at how much money the Democrats and their reckless policies have stolen from the wages of the American public. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. I recognize myself on the amendment just to point out that at the hearing yesterday, the small businessman pointed out that frequently a person who is caught stealing wages and fined will be financially better off than if he had paid the wages owed. And the gentleman, my colleague from Virginia, has indicated what the penalty was, $200,000. We don't know how much he tried to underpay the workers. But we'll just remind people of the testimony yesterday. The present fine system is so low that frequently the fine doesn't even make up for the lost wages, that the person could be financially better off stealing the wages, paying the fine, than if he had just paid the wages to begin with. I yield back. Anyone else seek recognition on the good amendment? If not, gentlelady from Oregon.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn, and the question now is on the amendment. All in favor of the good amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed,
Aye.
no.
No.
No. Those appear to have it.
Request a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
The requested recorded vote, which will be, as indicated, come at the end. Are there other amendments? Gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman from Kentucky, as an amendment, desk clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 7701 offered by Mr. Comer of Kentucky. Identifier H7701 _R_02.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Thank you, Mr.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2015, the National Labor Relations Board, comprised entirely of President Obama's appointees, created a broad definition of joint employment that put the franchise model at risk and threatened to erode small business owners' control of their operations. Additionally, the Biden Department of Labor's Wage and Hour Division rescinded the clear and concise joint employment rulemaking published under the Trump administration. Reversing the previous administration's actions has once again upended business owners' stability and authority over settling the essential terms of employment for their employees. Time and time again, those on the other side of the aisle have trampled on the rights of small business owners and failed to provide clarity for businesses and employees. It's clear the proposal before us today is not only trying to insert the federal government into the day-to-day operations of private sector businesses, but could limit employers' ability to pay hardworking employees by threatening burdensome penalties. These limits on employee earnings and damage to employer relationships only serve to erode the foundations of small business ownership. That's why my legislation, the Save Local Business Act, is essential. Congress must codify a tailored, consistent joint employer standard to prevent infringement from government bureaucrats on our nation's entrepreneurs and job creators. Similarly, this common sense amendment ensures that employers that lack direct and immediate control over an individual's essential terms and conditions of employment are not subject to the disclosure and compensatory requirements in the underlying bill. This amendment provides clarity to workers and employers alike, including the definition for joint employment from the Save Local Business Act, limits the number of small businesses exposed to the impractical new mandates imposed by HR 7701. I urge the adoption of this amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone seek recognition on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Comer's amendment would codify the Trump-era Department of Labor joint employer rule, which narrowed the test for finding businesses jointly liable for labor violations. Rather than strengthening the purpose of this bill, this amendment would exacerbate the wage theft crisis. According to the Economic Policy Institute, the Trump-era joint employer standard was estimated to cost workers $138.6 million in additional wage theft violations due to the ability of large employers to hide behind a web of subcontracting entities as a shield from liability. Corporations should be held accountable for business practices they direct, which include how employees are treated. This amendment would create yet another carve-out in the FLSA to prevent accountability for bad employment practices set by some of the largest corporations. The proposed amendment would also hurt small businesses who are unable to large corporations that use subcontracting and franchising loopholes to avoid accountability for underpaying their workers, allowing these large corporations to reduce costs and undercut high road employers. For these reasons, I urge a no vote on Representative Comer's amendment and yes on the ANS, and I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, I recognize myself to speak to the amendment. This would create a situation where the employer, actual employer or joint employer, can avoid responsibility for a situation they create. In a franchise situation, the franchisor could, it says you're only a joint employer if you exercise direct, actual, and immediately exercise a significant control over significant terms and conditions of employment, such as hiring, discharging, determining. Suppose they don't hire. Are they a joint employer? And they can have guidance that improperly tells the franchisee how to calculate overtime. They can say, don't calculate overtime, or take them off the clock after 40 hours so you don't have to pay for those hours. And when that violation pursuant to the guidance is discovered, the franchisee is on the hook for the whole problem. The franchisor can be creating the problem, and you're letting them get away. The franchisee, might even not be able to pay the damages that the franchisor has created. If the franchisor is responsible for the violation, they ought to be accountable for the damages, including the fines, back pay, and everything else. This has been considered by the definition of joint employer. It's gone back and forth. Some want the franchisor to get away clean. Others want them responsible for what they've done. Under this, the joint employer can get away clean and not be responsible for what they actually had something to do with. That's not right, and that's why we need to vote against the amendment and for the underlying bill. I yield back. Anyone else seek recognition? Gentlelady from Oregon.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word to speak in opposition to the Comer amendment.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to align myself with the remarks by Chairman Scott. One of my prior jobs before coming to Congress was I worked as a lawyer, and my practice focused on representing franchisees, and they are small businesses. And by codifying the Trump-era independent contractor rule, we would just be in the situation where we're punishing the small businesses, the franchisees, as Mr. Scott has mentioned. So this amendment takes us in the wrong direction. We need to protect franchisees, and if a franchisor acts like an employer, they should be treated like an employer under the law, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? Gentlelady from Oregon.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. The question now is on the Comer Amendment. All in favor of the Comer Amendment will say aye. All opposed,
Aye.
no. All opposed, no. No.
No.
Those appear to have it. Recorded vote is requested, and that will take place.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, have an amendment.
R_04.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 7701, offered by Mrs. Miller Meeks, identifier H7701_R_04.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved, and the gentlelady from Iowa is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment strikes the underlying legislation and replaces it with Representative Stefanik's Ensuring Workers Get Paid Act. This will reinstate and make permanent the Trump administration's Payroll Audit Independent Determination, or PAID program, which helped America's job creators comply with the law and ensured workers receive every dollar they earned. The PAID program encourages employers to conduct payroll self-audits and voluntarily report any minimum wage or overtime violations that are discovered to Department of Labor so they can quickly be corrected. Under the program, workers receive 100% of the back wages they are owed in a timelier manner, as opposed to traditional investigations that take more time or more costly and reach fewer employers. Importantly, the program helps good faith employers learn from inadvertent mistakes and get it right going forward, improving compliance with the law and allowing DOL to focus enforcement efforts on the truly bad actors. Under the Trump administration, the PAID program has a proven track record of success for workers, employers, and taxpayers. The average back wages paid to workers per paid case were more than 4 times the average back wages paid in traditional investigations. And self-audits through the PAID program resulted in more than 10 times the back wages per hour of work by wage and hour investigators, making it an efficient use of agency resources. Yet upon taking office, President Joe Biden swiftly ended the PAID program, an immediate indication that America's job creators would again be targeted for heavy-handed enforcement. The Biden administration falsely claimed that the program deprived workers of their rights, when in fact the PAID program puts the choice to settle claims squarely in the hands of workers. The bottom line is, workers deserve every single dollar they are owed. My amendment offers a sharp contrast with the approach taken in the underlying investigation on how to best achieve this goal. Instead of imposing punitive penalties on small businesses for honest mistakes, increasing litigation to enrich trial lawyers while delaying payments to workers, and adding more costly red tape and bureaucracy, my amendment is simply about helping employers do the right thing. Employers want to follow the law and take care of their workers, and the PAID program gives them a proven tool to do just that. It is pro-worker, it is pro-employer, and it is the right way to govern. I urge my colleagues to support my substitute amendment and oppose the underlying bill. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone seek recognition on the amendment? Gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and
5 minutes.
speak in opposition. This substitute amendment would create a program similar to the Payroll Audit Independent Determination, or PAID program, which was established during the Trump administration. The PAID program allowed employers to self-report wage violations to the Department of Labor and pay workers their back wages without any damages, penalties, or accrual of interest. Let me be clear, this program did not work. According to the Government Accountability Office, in the 14 months this program operated between April of 2018 and September of 2019, a paltry $4 million was recovered in back wages for workers across the country. This is a drop in the bucket compared to the billions of dollars stolen from workers during that same time period. By expecting dishonest businesses to self-report, the PAID program enabled them to treat their workers' stolen wages as interest-free loans, which is unacceptable. We know from studies of state wage laws and expert opinion that strong damages and penalty provisions will better protect workers in recovering stolen wages and will provide strong incentive to deter wage theft, leveling the playing field for honest businesses in the process. That's a simple solution. Don't violate the law and you won't suffer the penalties. So that's why we should not turn back the clock and reinstitute the ineffective and inadequate Trump-era program that failed workers and let dishonest employers off the hook. I urge a no vote on this Miller-Meeks-Stefanik substitute amendment and a yes on the amendment on the nature of the substitute. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek, young lady yields back, does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I seek to strike the
Is
last
that young lady
word.
from Tennessee?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, young lady from Tennessee is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Okay, thank you, sir. You know, Republicans support enforcement of the Fair Labor Standards. And what this bill does, it represents another attempt to exert inappropriate federal control over day-to-day operations of the private sector. And I have been a small business owner. I've owned a franchise for over 20 years. And I can't tell you one business that's asking for larger penalties. None. And what I would like to know is, tell me how these fines were calculated. What's the formula? What's your formula? What is your methodology to go from 900 to 4,900% increase in these FLSA fines? You know, I asked that about the OSHA fines last time, and I got no answer to that. You know, let me tell you what small business owners want. They want easy to understand wage and hour rules. Because if we don't get those, how do we know we're violating the law? And all it's going to do, Mr. Chairman, is it's going to harm American job creators and those workers that we try to employ. So just saying that from a franchise and a small business owner's perspective. And with that, sir, I yield back.
Young lady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, I yield myself 5 minutes to speak to the amendment on the question of how do you determine what factors are used. It's just like sentencing in a criminal court where you can get up to 10 years. The judge will determine relevant factors and come up with an answer. With the up to 50, up to the requisite numbers in the bill, the judge, the presiding officer will determine the size of the operation, how egregious it was, how intentional it was, whether it's a repeat offense. He will consider all of the relevant factors and come up with a number. It will be up to, but not necessarily the maximum amount, unless it is a very egregious case and probably a large employer. So the factors in determining the fine are the same in determining any other fine. With that, I yield back and ask if there are anyone else seek recognition. If not,
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
the point of order is withdrawn, and the question is on the Miller-Meeks amendment. All in favor of the amendment will vote aye. All opposed, no? No.
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 The noes appear to have it. The
I asked for a recorded vote.
lady asked for a recorded vote, which will be rolled to the end as previously indicated. Are there other amendments? Other amendments? Are there other amendments? If not, we will suspend on that bill and move to H.R. 5407, Enhancing Mental Health and Suicide Prevention through Campus Planning Act. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. I now recognize the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild, to offer an amendment in nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment in nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5407, offered by Ms. Wild of Pennsylvania, identifier H.R. 5407 ANS_001.
Thank you. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as original text and open to amendment at any point. The amendment in nature of a substitute was distributed electronically in advance. And I now recognize the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to offer this amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 5407, the Enhancing Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Through Campus Planning Act. Over the course of the past several years, our youth have faced unprecedented challenges, resulting in a rise in mental health needs. Since the start of the pandemic, college campus counseling centers have been tasked with responding to this increased demand for student mental health services, despite having limited funding, staff, and resources. The pandemic will have long-term effects on young people, and we are only beginning to understand these effects with the help of surveys like one conducted by Penn State University. This study found that 94% of students seeking mental health services said COVID-19 negatively impacted at least one area of their life, and 72% reported that the pandemic's main impact has been on their mental health. To help institutions of higher education better serve students, this bill encourages colleges and universities to develop and implement mental health programs in coordination with existing state-level programs and community-based organizations. Supporting our youth is not a partisan issue, and I'm glad this bill was born out of collaboration and bipartisanship. I would like to thank the original co-sponsors of this bill, Representatives Keller, Fitzpatrick, Raskin, Stevens, Trone, Scanlon, Moulton, Grijalva, Roybal, Allard, Dean, Harder, and Desaigne. Before the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, I was proud to visit several colleges in the Lehigh Valley of Pennsylvania to meet with students and discuss this legislation. The need for this mental health support has only increased because of the disruption caused by the pandemic, and I'm proud to be advancing my bill today. The ANS includes changes to existing language that encourages institutions of higher education to build and expand on existing mental health programs and create strong and comprehensive plans to address the mental health crises on college campuses. Specifically, changes in the ANS include a reference to evidence-based programs to ensure that colleges and universities implement strong, comprehensive plans. It also encourages the Secretary of Education to align guidance for campus plans with existing state and federal mental health initiatives. Additionally, the ANS encourages the Education Secretary to collaborate with community-based organizations to develop recommendations for colleges. And finally, the ANS makes several technical, conforming, and perfecting changes. As we recover from the pandemic, it is critical that we help colleges meet the mental health needs of our students so that they can lead both successful and healthy lives. I urge my colleagues to support this ANS and the underlying bill, and I yield back.
Thank you. Are there any members who wish to be recognized on the bill? Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Students across the country have faced innumerable challenges since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. They have dealt with months of lockdowns and have had to adapt to long-term remote online learning. Yet the impact of the pandemic on young adults cannot be understated either. These students were deprived of some of the most formative years of their lives and faced social pressures. At times, many students may have seen these challenges as insurmountable. The truth is that the irreparable damage has been inflicted upon the educational pursuits of students, and the mental and emotional toll they have faced and continue to face looms large as well. One op-ed recently published in the New York Daily News reflected this idea, saying the COVID-19 pandemic saw a frightening rise in suicidal ideation. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, with a 25.5, that's a quarter of 18 to 24-year-olds more likely to report they'd seriously considered suicide. This statistic should concern everyone, not only in this committee room, but throughout the Capitol. Both campus staff and educators can both serve as a support system for students who suffer with mental health issues. H.R. 5407 offers a lifeline to students and it can help them receive the resources they need. It is a pleasure to have joined this effort with my colleague from Pennsylvania, Representative Wild. Everyone wants to see America's next generation of leaders thrive and succeed. Let's provide them with the effective tools and resources so that they can do exactly that. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment nature of a substitute? Are there any amendments to the amendment nature of a substitute? If there are no amendments, okay. The question now is on the amendment nature of a substitute. All that agree to the amendment nature of substitute will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The amendment is agreed to. And the amendment nature of a substitute is adopted. If there are no further amendments, the question now is on final passage. And who's making the motion? No, that's amendment nature of a substitute. Okay, yeah, okay, somebody can make a motion. The question now is on final passage. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania, do you have a motion?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I think you called on me. I'd like to make a motion for final passage of HR 5407.
The motion that the bill now do pass, all in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the bill is passed and reported to the floor.
Thank you.
The next bill is HR 7780. Nope. 6493, Campus Prevention and Recovery Services for Students Act of 2022. The clerk will designate the bill.
HR 6493, to amend the Higher Education Act of 1965 to prevent certain alcohol and substance misuse.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Now recognize the gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6493, offered by Ms. Leisure Fernandez of Mexico. Identifier H.R. 6493 ANS_001.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered as original text and open to amendment at any point. The amendment in nature of substitute was distributed electronically in advance. I now recognize the gentlewoman for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am pleased to offer this amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6493, the bipartisan Campus Prevention and Recovery Services for Students Act. Alcohol and substance abuse is a devastating issue across our country and on college campuses. I speak from experience. I lost 2 brothers to substance use and misuse, and that began during their time in college. I understand all too well the pain substance misuse inflicts on students, their families, and their communities. Sadly, my family's story is not unique in New Mexico or in this country. Since the start of the pandemic, states have reported increased numbers of drug overdoses. Campuses have reported increased mental health concerns in students as well. College students who deal with substance misuse and addiction often find themselves isolated and without a support network. Congress has an opportunity to address this serious issue by making sure that colleges and universities support students through strong prevention programs. I don't want to see another headline of a promising young person lost to overdose. That's why I introduced the Bipartisan Campus Prevention and Recovery Services for Students Act, along with Representatives Dusty Johnson, Lucy McBath, John Joyce, and Michael Guest. I would also like to acknowledge Representative David Trone, who is co-chair of the Bipartisan Mental Health and Addiction Task Force, of which I am a member. Representative Trone led this bill during the last Congress. Our bill will help to cut the chains of addiction and unlock access to treatment and prevention for countless students across the United States. Specifically, it will authorize the drug and alcohol abuse prevention provision of the Higher Education Act to promote evidence-based prevention and intervention strategies on college campuses. It encourages campus collaboration and service integration to address substance misuse and mental health concerns in a holistic manner. The bill also authorizes $15 million to implement these grants for fiscal year 2023 and the 5 succeeding years. The ANS builds on the existing language to further ensure institutions of higher education successfully implement prevention programs. Changes in the ANS include altering the interagency agreement to have the Secretary of Health and Human Services to help develop practices that inform the criteria for strong evidence-based programs. It also requires the Secretary of Education to report to Congress on the department's efforts and best practices from our institutions. The ANS allows for grant funds to be used to restore prevention programs during public health emergencies and natural disasters. Finally, it clarifies the institutions of higher education with the drug and alcohol abuse prevention program requirements will remain in compliance unless they knowingly and willfully fail to implement a prevention program. I urge my colleagues to support this ANS and the underlying bill. This bipartisan legislation will surely enhance the efforts of colleges and universities to provide evidence-based prevention and recovery services for students and employees. Mr. Chairman, I move the Committee on Education and Labor to report the bill as amended.
Thank you. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller, is recognized for 5 minutes to speak to the amendment nature for substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak in support of H.R. 6493, Campus Prevention and Recovery Services for Students Act of 2022. The importance of college is to learn how to think critically and to be equipped and prepared for a successful career. Colleges and universities should challenge students and foster intellectual and emotional growth. However, for some students, the individual freedom college life, and the pressure of academics can be overwhelming. In many cases, students turn to alcohol and drugs, which can create a cycle of more stress and more consumption of substances. Sadly, for America's youth, about 1/4 of all college students were reported as having some sort of substance abuse disorder in 2020. That is more than 8 million college students. This is a startling figure. Students who develop these disorders, these disorder risks, should not only addiction, but increasingly suffer severe emotional problems, long-term health issues, and even death. I am pleased to support H.R. 6493, the Campus Prevention and Recovery Services for Students Act, which supports campus efforts to develop evidence-based practices to combat rising levels of substance abuse and addiction among college students. This bill also encourages colleges to collaborate about best practices and instructs the Department of Education and the Department of Health and Human Services to promote successful programs. The growing number reports of mental illness and substance abuse on college campuses is extremely concerning. If the United States is going to confront this mental health crisis, we must identify innovative solutions and get students back on track. I'm glad that this committee is taking a stand to confront this issue, and I'm proud to support this legislation. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment nature of a substitute? Gentleman from Michigan, are you seeking recognition? Mr. Levin?
No, thank you, sir.
Okay. Ms. Bonamici, are you seeking recognition? Okay. Is anyone else seeking recognition on the amendment nature of a substitute? I'm sorry. Is anyone else seeking recognition on the amendment nature of a substitute?
Representative Wilson.
Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wilson. Recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Scott, I would like to strike the last word to speak in support of H.R. 6493, Campus Prevention and Recovery Services for Students Act of 2022. This bill reauthorizes drug and alcohol abuse prevention program through FY 2028. It directs funds to expand programs at higher education institutions and enhance mental health remedies for illicit substance and alcohol misuse. I've championed several legislations like this in the past. Most recently, the Mental Health Services for Student Act of 2021. This is a measure that would support school-based mental health services as it provides statutory authority for Project Aware, the state educational agency grant program administered by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Administration. In a similar vein, the Campus Prevention and Recovery Services for Students Act of 2022 is a critical measure that bolsters additional access to treatment and prevention on college campuses. I'm especially encouraged as this legislation requires both the Department of Education and the Department of Health and Human Services to strategically collaborate in identifying prevention and intervention strategies. My district, along with areas adjacent to Miami-Dade and Broward County, are home to some of the nation's top colleges and universities. Ensuring those students' campus-based health services are equipped with the correct resources to address substance and alcohol abuse is a win-win. It is our responsibility to put in priority order students' mental health needs, and the Campus Prevention and Recovery Services for Student Act of 2022 does just that. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment in the nature of a substitute. And I look forward to hopefully seeing this much needed measure enacted. And I yield back, Mr.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, the question, the question is on the amendment nature of a substitute. All in favor of the amendment nature of a substitute will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed,
Aye.
no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The amendment nature of a substitute is agreed to. The question now is on passage of the bill. The gentlelady from New Mexico.
Mr. Chairman, I move the Committee on Education and Labor report the bill H.R. 6493 to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill as amended do pass.
Question now appears on, the amendment now occurs on reporting H.R. 6493 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. And ask unanimous consent that the staff on this bill and the previous bill be authorized to make necessary and technical and conforming changes to the bill as amended pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L. I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. The next bill is 7780, Mental Health Matters Act, first reading. The clerk will designate the amendment.
H.R.
Excuse me,
70
will designate the bill.
H.R. 7780, to support the behavioral needs of students and youth, invest in the school-based behavioral health workforce, and ensure access to mental health and substance use disorder benefits.
Thank you. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. DeSaulnier, to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Chairman, I have amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment in nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7780, offered by Mr. DeSaulnier of California. Identifier DESALAUL_047.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered as original text and open to amendment at any point. The amendment in nature of substitute was distributed electronically in advance. I now recognize the gentleman from California to explain this amendment in nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Making sure that all American children, adults, and families have access to the behavioral health care they need to thrive is extremely important to the United States and our future. Unfortunately, we have a long way to go. In 2016, 11.8 million Americans said they had unmet need for mental health care. The National Association of School Psychologists recommends that there should be one school psychologist for every 500 American students. The association estimates that right now, though, the national ratio is currently one school psychologist for every 1,211 students. I am proud to lead the Mental Health Matters Act with Chairman Scott to address student mental health and bolster mental health parity protections, invest in the care workforce, and promote positive mental health outcomes in Americans of all ages. For American students and youth, the coronavirus pandemic combined with the ongoing opioid epidemic has led to an uptick in the number of children experiencing trauma. Given what we know about the lifelong impact of adverse childhood experience and early exposure to trauma, it is crucial to address the mental health of our nation's young people. This package includes several reforms directed at students and educators, including legislation I have authored to improve the behavioral health of children and well-being of support staff by identifying evidence-based interventions for Head Start programs and implementing these interventions through grants to Head Start agencies. Our legislation will provide competitive grants. Our legislation would provide competitive grants to increase student access to evidence-based trauma support and mental health services by developing innovative initiatives, activities or programs to connect schools and local educational agencies with funds that may help with this effort and improve mental health and resiliency amongst teachers and school administrators and leaders. I did a listening tour of all the school districts in my district that I represent shortly after I got to Congress. And one consistent piece of feedback I heard throughout that tour was that teachers needed more mental health support for themselves and their students. So I'm excited that this package includes that provision. The package also invests in the school-based behavioral health workforce. A 2019 study found that school-based mental health programs were not close to meeting student mental health needs even before the pandemic. To address this need, the Mental Health Matters Act would establish a competitive grant program supporting partnerships between eligible institutions of higher education and high-need school districts. It would also direct the Department of Education to award grants to state educational agencies to recruit and retain school-based mental health service providers at high-need public elementary and secondary schools. Finally, the package supports access to mental health and substance use disorder benefits with provisions to improve the ability of participants and beneficiaries to individually enforce their rights under ERISA to mental health coverage and strengthen the remedies available to the Secretary of Labor and individuals to enforce mental health parity. The amendments I'm offering today make small technical changes to the bill for the purpose of clarification and consistency. Nothing in this package should be partisan. This committee has a long history of working together to help children and families, and this should be no different in my view. In fact, many of the bills in this package have had bipartisan support in the past. I hope that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will support it to help our constituents of mental health support with mental health supports that they so desperately need and deserve. Together, we can work to end the behavioral health crisis in this country and ensure everyone has the resources they need to live happy, healthy, and fulfilling lives. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone seek to speak on the bill? Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me sum up the methods of the committee Democrats in 6 words: act in haste, repent at leisure. To notch more points on the board in their favor, committee Democrats are fast-tracking a package of bills that are predictably devoid of common sense and practicality. At this point, are we really surprised? No, this is not a calculated move by our colleagues across the aisle. This move is out of sheer desperation, and it's evident. Desperation and effective legislating do not go hand in hand. That much is clear. Last week, Democrats hastily dropped 2 bills: H.R. 7740, the Employee and Retiree Access to Justice Act, and H.R. 7767, the Strengthening Behavior Health Benefits Act. And like magic, they've certainly appeared before us here today in this markup. The majority has established the misguided standard of avoiding discussions, hearings, thorough examinations, or proper vetting on these important pieces of legislation. There's a lesson to be learned here, but the majority refuses to pay attention. When you move this fast and act without exercising due diligence, there are bound to be mistakes. That's not a simple observation, it's a fact. H.R. 7740 would incite a litigation bonanza against benefit plan sponsors. At best, employers will divert cash to pay plaintiff attorneys rather than providing benefits to their employees. At worst, plan sponsors will be forced to reduce or eliminate employee benefits. This committee has worked to pass bipartisan legislation to help more employers offer retirement benefits. It would be a shame to see this reversed today. To add insult to injury, H.R. 7767 recklessly spends $275 million in taxpayer dollars under the guise of mental health parity enforcement. But DOL hasn't even clarified what mental health parity actually means. How can it be enforced if no one understands what it is? What's more, this package includes 5 separate bills that purport to address the mental health challenges of students and workers. Republicans have continuously stressed the mental health toll students have shouldered because of school closures. But closures were led predominantly in Democrat-run states and with their allies in the teachers' union. One thing we won't hear today is committee Democrats addressing their own policy failures that led to this national catastrophe in the first place. The issue of school closures and their negative impacts on students will likely be glossed over entirely. That's why Republicans will turn our concern into direct action by offering a substitute amendment that provides greater coordination between state and local leaders based on the needs of their states and their communities. Greenlighting this package of bills without proper and responsible consideration is beyond negligent. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment nature of a substitute? The gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak in favor.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute and the Mental Health Matters Act. And I want to begin by noting how important this issue is. Recently, I met with Lines for Life in Portland, Oregon. We were with the Health and Human Services Secretary, Becerra. We had a conversation with a group of very impressive students who were running Oregon Youth Line, a 24/7 confidential teen crisis line. These trained teens are making a difference, but we know there is a tremendous need in our schools and in our communities. So I thank the chairman and Mr. Desaulnier for this important legislation. And I also thank you, Mr. Chairman, for including in this legislation my bipartisan bill, the Respond, Innovate, Succeed, and Empower, or RISE Act. Students with disabilities face too many barriers to earning a degree or credential after high school. The RISE Act is bipartisan legislation that will ease the transition from high school to college for students with disabilities by allowing college students to use existing documentation of a disability when seeking accommodations on campus. This will make it easier for them to access the support services they need. Currently, students are often required to obtain expensive new evaluations before they can access special education services. By easing the burdensome, expensive, and redundant requirements students frequently face when entering college, families will save hundreds or even thousands of dollars. The RISE Act also requires higher education institutions to distribute clear information to students and families about their processes for providing accommodations, and it requires institutions to report more complete data about students with disabilities, including the number of students with disabilities who receive accommodations and earn a certificate or degree. This information will help students and families decide where to apply for college and how to navigate the process for receiving accommodation. I'd like to thank my co-leads, Representatives Bouchon, Schreier, and McMorris-Rogers, for supporting the RISE Act, and I'm looking forward to voting in favor of advancing this package of important legislation out of the committee. I also want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for organizing this important mental health package we are discussing today. Again, our students are facing significant and serious challenges. We must meet them where they are with the evidence-based treatment and support they need so they can learn and thrive. I look forward to continuing to work with you and our members to support our students and educators, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition?
I think I do.
Gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli. Gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thanks so much. Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm in strong support of the of this bill, HR 7780, the Mental Health Matters Act. You know, mental health matters just as much as physical health, and Americans must have access to affordable mental health services. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated the mental health crisis facing our nation. It's disrupted our everyday lives. This is true for workers, for students, for families. Because of COVID, about 4 in 10 adults in the US have reported symptoms of anxiety or depressive disorder. This is a massive increase from 1 in 10 adults who reported these symptoms before the pandemic. I've heard from many of our school leaders on the incredible need among students for more comprehensive mental health services, both inside and outside of our schools. The Mental Health Matters Act is a package of bills that will help provide needed mental health services to our communities, from improving trauma-informed services in schools to ensuring mental health and substance abuse and substance use disorder services, that they're accessible in employer-sponsored health insurance, which is so important. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for bringing this forward and Congressman DeSaulnier for his leadership here. This is a really important package. I'm glad it's in this markup. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? Gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. The mental health crisis in this country, particularly for young people who have gone through one of the most disruptive events in modern history, has reached a critical point. By every account, my Republican colleagues also share this sentiment because I've heard them amplify this message over and over and over again, that we need to address the mental health needs of our students. I happen to agree. In 2020, 3 million teenagers reported having serious thoughts of suicide as their routines were disrupted, their families suffered, and they were facing uncertain futures. Students are meeting these astronomical new burdens while old problems did not disappear. The opioid crisis continued to surge, affecting more than 2 million children and adolescents in the United States and tearing apart many families in my district. These compounding emergencies have weighed on young people in our communities, leaving many feeling lost and despondent. Too often, adverse childhood experiences like these go unidentified and untreated, eventually causing learning loss and prolonged mental illness. Many children have only one place to seek help, and that's their school. Throughout the pandemic, educators, school leaders, and support staff have been called to ensure students and families had wraparound supports, even while processing loss and increased responsibility in their personal lives. They attended to the trauma of their student population, but also had to deal with their own. Reports indicate the mental health toll amongst teachers, school leaders, and other school personnel is substantial. I'd like to share with the committee a text that I got from a friend who's an educator. Hey sis, I really need your help. I had a really, shall I say, interesting experience. I'll say recently, as a Black woman working closely to kids in mental health struggling and then dealing with my own mental health, professionals need more support in mental health and crisis situations. I know I need to put a little fire under someone, but I'm seeing it all around. All the teachers in my building are collapsing under the pressure. We need help. Greater mental health awareness and support is needed to both ensure the well-being of our teachers and staff and prevent staff shortages and of our students. Today, the education workforce continues to face unique challenges, including the difficult task of working with students to address learning loss and support their heightened social and emotional needs. This is where my bill comes in. The Supporting Trauma-Informed Education Practices Act seeks to close some of these gaps. It is included as part of this package. My bill will improve prevention, screening, referrals, treatment, and support services for students. It would also implement school-wide positive behavioral interventions and support and provide professional development to education and mental health professionals. It also provides resources so schools can engage with families and communities to increase awareness of child and youth trauma. Trauma extends beyond the point of impact. No person, especially a child, should ever have to carry that weight alone. The Supporting Trauma-Informed Education Practices Act will ensure students have strong, reliable, and accessible support services as they continue to heal from unimaginable, traumatizing situations and interruptions in their lives and their education. I urge my colleagues to support the underlying bill because we all can agree that our students and our educators are counting on us to help them through this crisis. Thank you, Mr. Chair. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek recognition? Gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli.
Every time I raise my hand, they call somebody else. I raise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word on the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm grateful for your leadership in bringing this package of bills before us today. I think it's high time we destigmatize the conversation around mental health needs and ensure access to high quality support is readily available to those who need it most. No single program or service can counteract the unique burden caused by misaligned systems. Before us today, we have legislation that addresses historically inaccessible resources and works to place them within our communities through thoughtful, comprehensive, and a multi-pronged efforts. From improving trauma-informed services in schools to ensuring mental health and substance use disorder services are accessible in employer-sponsored health insurance, this legislation makes good on a promise to deliver affordable and meaningful care for all Americans. I support this package of mental health bills in their entirety, but I would like to use my time here to draw attention to a critical theme I see playing out in our proposed bills: integrating care in our community, particularly in our schools. This concept of integrating resources into streamlined and comprehensive systems is something I have long worked towards within my community of Rochester, New York. With the help of local partners, we're working to develop a multi-sector program tasked with creating a transformed, person-centered system of service delivery within service delivery system within communities, ultimately connecting health, human service, education, and public sectors. So this type of approach enables those within the community to not only identify who's in need, but efficiently direct individuals towards available resources. For instance, who better to recognize the intensity and complexity of student mental health needs than teachers and school aides? And where better to access mental health resources than within the safety of our school community? I'm pleased to see prioritization of school-based mental health care in the legislation we're considering for that reason. This is a great step towards broader, comprehensive integration of services within communities, a process I believe will result in real change for the better. So I fully support addressing the behavioral health needs facing our nation's children, youth, families, and workers with meaningful steps and a clear path forward. I truly believe we can come together and improve outcomes. So I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting the bill. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek recognition? The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wilson, you're certainly you're recognized.
Pardon me, I get excited.
No problem.
To strike the last word. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
5 minutes.
Mental health care is health care and should always be readily available for those who need it. I am excited to support this bill that will bring together a few bills to solve the mental health crisis in this country. The healthcare inequity in our nation has become glaringly obvious. It is not different when it comes to access for mental health services for young people. One reason I'm excited to support this bill is because it will provide much needed support to Head Start programs to develop interventions to improve the behavioral health of young children and support staff wellness. Now that is huge. Many of my constituents cannot access proper and affordable mental health services whenever they need it. This bill addresses this problem by providing competitive grants to increase student access to evidence-based trauma support by connecting schools and local support services all throughout Miami and Broward County. Many Americans suffer from mental health issues, which is more prevalent in underserved communities like the 24th District of Florida, the heart of Miami. Improving mental health services in Black and Brown communities are especially important and keep people away from the criminal justice system, which also does not treat them well or appropriately. Affordability and accessibility of mental health care for all Americans will fundamentally improve our society. Finally, as the subcommittee chair of higher education and workforce investment, I'm equally excited that this bill has provisions that will require colleges and universities to accept a student's IEP, individual educational plan, 504 plan, or prior evaluation as sufficient proof of their disability when seeking assistance. That is huge. I ask my colleagues to support the amendment in the nature of a substitute, and I look forward to hopefully seeing this much needed measure on the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for all of your support. Thank you to the committee for understanding how important mental health matters in this nation. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady is back. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, are there any amendments? Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Chair, I was wondering if I could strike the last.
Just a minute. Who's seeking recognition? Was someone seeking recognition? Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Chair, it's Congresswoman Stevens from Michigan seeking the last word.
Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Mr. Chair, I want to join you and my colleagues in supporting HR 7780, a comprehensive package known as the Mental Health Matters Act. Some very significant pieces of legislation included here within touching on the need for mental health resources at the post-secondary level, in particular legislation, the Enhancing Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Through Campus Planning Act, the Enhancing Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Through Campus Recruitment, as well as the Garrett Lee Smith Memorial Act, and the ways in which we can support young people. And this is deeply personal to me, to this committee, to my residents in Michigan, particularly in Oakland County, in the aftermath of a school shooting in Oxford, in the aftermath of the weekend we just experienced, the toll on the mental health of the young people of America, particularly plagued by gun violence, particularly plagued by an opioid epidemic, particularly dealing with a COVID-19 pandemic as their minds are still developing, and other stresses. And certainly there's lots to be optimistic about, but these are external stresses that deserve to be recognized, and our young people, and particularly those on college campuses, deserve full access to mental health resources and ways in which they can address what they have experienced. And I hear this a lot from those who are in college, that they do not have the proper access to mental health resources on college campuses. And I deeply appreciate material referencing a University of Michigan study that, of 36 colleges and universities just in 2020, revealing that 39% of undergraduate and graduate students experienced some form of depression just during that 2019 to 2020 school year. There really could not be anything more important in many respects than this legislation for the young people of America who are receiving higher education, and by the way, paying up the wazoo for it. And we're working on that in this committee, which is also adding to stressors. We know how that can weigh on young people trying to make their way in this world. So I salute you, Mr. Chairman. I salute my colleague, our colleague, Congresswoman Susan Wild, for her leadership in this incredible package, and the comments of all of our colleagues in support of addressing mental health on college campuses. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And on behalf of the people of Michigan's 11th District, I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady yields back. There anyone else seek recognition? If not, gentleman from Georgia for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have amendment MHR sub at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Substitute for the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 7780, offered by Mr. Allen of Georgia, identifier MH_R sub_02.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Mr. Chairman. The gentleman from California reserves a point of order. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. States and local entities should be appropriately equipped with the resources they need to best address the mental health needs of our students. Everyone here can agree to that. However, our Democratic colleagues have irresponsibly put this legislation in the express lane without due consideration, mind you, and have chosen a partisan approach in an area I believe that we should work together on. Republicans are taking a more thoughtful approach. The Republican substitute amendment would create a streamlined program that would offer competitive grant funding. Competition produces coordination between states and local entities so that students' needs can be addressed the right way. States should be empowered to help local schools and their students in a thoughtful way. The Republican substitute amendment also introduces accountability safeguards that requires respective states to demonstrate progress towards their stated goals prior to receiving any continued funding. Further, the Republican substitute amendment puts the rights of parents first by mandating informed parental consent for any activity involving their student. We're not taking this issue lightly, and our substitute amendment clearly reflects that. To my colleagues across the aisle, if you are serious about addressing the mental health challenges of students, then adopt this amendment and work with us toward that end. Or you can push ahead with your rushed and haphazard approach to the detriment of our students and their mental health needs. The choice is yours. I yield back.
Thank you. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. And I oppose the amendment because it removes too many key provisions of the bill and fails to give our nation's students and educators, as well as our youngest learners and students with disabilities, the urgent mental health support they need. The amendment, for example, removes a key competitive grant program which will increase student access to evidence-based, trauma-informed support and mental health services. It fails to support students in high-poverty schools and school districts and removes the necessary and targeted mental health supports for our nation's youngest children that can help prevent lifelong consequences. The amendment also fails to provide for mental health needs of educators by removing evidence-based awareness and prevention programs that improve mental health and resiliency among teachers and school leaders, as well as other school personnel. Of equal concern, the amendment removes language that would require colleges and universities to accept a student's IEP, 504 plan, or prior evaluation as sufficient proof of a disability when seeking accommodations for mental health or other disabilities. Without this provision, which this amendment removes, students might have to provide documentation for their disability that would require unnecessary, expensive tests and may clearly delay services being provided. The amendment also weakens provisions to build a pipeline for certified and licensed mental health professionals and removes priorities to increase the diversity of mental health service providers in our nation's schools. And furthermore, just strikes all mentions of diversity, as well as linguistically appropriate and culturally responsive services. We need stronger response to the mental health challenges we face than the amendment nature, in this amendment nature of a substitute provides, and that therefore I would urge a no vote and yield back the balance of my time. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? If not, the question is on the Allen Amendment, nature of a substitute. All in favor of the Allen Amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All,
No.
the noes appear to have it,
I'd like to ask for a
and the
recorded
recorded
vote.
vote is requested. Are there other amendments? Gentlelady from Illinois?
Mr. Chairman, I have Amendment Miller 35 at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7780, offered by Mrs. Miller of Illinois. Identifier, MIL IL_035.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of her amendment.
Thank you. We know that school lockdowns and virtual learning have damaged our children's mental and emotional health.
Excuse me, Ms. Miller, I just reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved, okay. Gentlelady can continue. I'm sorry.
We know that children are the least susceptible to COVID-19, but that hasn't stopped the woke officials across the country from imposing draconian mandates on our kids. Mask mandates and vaccine mandates are still keeping kids at home. In my own state of Illinois, our governor is responsible for almost 2 years of lost learning. With this bill, committee Democrats are pushing their far-left policies under the guise of helping children's mental health. The last thing we need is more woke politics in our schools, like affirmative mental health services to push radical LGBTQI+ and transgender ideologies on our nation's children. My amendment strikes all mention of this, which will truly protect our nation's children. I urge everyone to support this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady yields back. I recognize myself to speak to the amendment. And I think the gentlelady described her amendment well. It removes any mention of LGBTQ+ students. We know that those students are in increased need of mental health services. A recent study found that nearly half of those youth who wanted to health care in 2020 were unable to access care. Same study found that 85% of transgender and non-binary youth reported that COVID-19 negatively impacted their mental health. And so we should be providing more mental health services for this group than less. So this amendment, I think, is a step in the wrong direction. We have to stay focused on fulfilling Congress's role in education, and that is securing the support students need to learn and ensuring teachers can provide all students with a high-quality education. I urge a no vote on the amendment and yield back the balance of my time. Are there others that wish to speak to the amendment?
Withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. Gentlelady from Connecticut
On this amendment.
is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
I'd like to strike the last word. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not even sure how to respond to that amendment, but what I would like to say is, having spent 15 years in the classroom, LGBTQI+ students exist. They are in our classrooms. They are in need of support services, just like every other student that we have. So simply not mentioning them does not make them go away. It is our responsibility as members of Congress, as leaders, as elected officials, as educators, to make sure that we are meeting the needs of all students. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, because the only question, my follow-up question would be, if we are not including these students as part of our overall legislative practices, then who is? Where did these students go? I just remind people that simply not talking about them or removing any mention of them just leaves them to suffer in silence alone. So I urge a no vote from all of my colleagues on this amendment because I think that many of you probably already know or would be surprised to know that you probably have a child or a student or someone close to you who is experiencing this right now and expecting for you, whether you are Republican, Democrat, parent, educator, whoever, to stand in the gap for them. I urge a no vote. Mr. Chair, that's all. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Are there others who wish to speak to the amendment? If not, the question is on the Miller amendment. All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.
No.
No. Noes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask for a recorded vote?
The gentlelady asked for a recorded vote. That will take place at the end, as previously indicated. Are there other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7780, offered by Mr. Allen. Identifier H7780_R_AMD_02.
That is correct.
Okay. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
A point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This language would expand the Department of Labor's ability to bring civil actions against ERISA plans voluntarily offering mental health benefits without providing plans with meaningful guidance on how these plans should meet the department's existing definition of mental health parity. It also provides the department with an eye-popping $275 million in additional mandatory funding over 10 years. There is tremendous value in providing patients with robust mental health coverage, which is why employers voluntarily include mental health coverage in their benefit packages. Republicans and Democrats alike support the mental health parity, which is why Congress has passed multiple laws to ensure employers are able to meet mental health parity requirements in the Mental Health Parity and Addiction Equality Act. Yet despite receiving explicit direction from Congress outlining what DOL must provide to plans, the department has yet put out the guidance. Employers and plans have been asking the department for years to comply with the law and provide examples which illustrate compliance and noncompliance. And these recommendations to advance compliance and clarifying information on how plans may demonstrate compliance. However, instead of helping plans comply, the department has blamed them for not being able to read the minds of Washington bureaucrats. The department's 2022 MHPA-EA report to Congress stated that 100% of plans were out of compliance, and the department's analysis requirements demonstrating parity. My amendment, the department thinks every plan is out of compliance, but I suggest it is the bureaucrats who are failing to implement a clear plan and are falling short, not the plans. My amendment would make implementation of Title 4 of this bill conditional on DOL fulfilling its statutory duty by issuing a rule which must provide clear guidance and compliance assistance to employers and plans on how to meet its mental health parity requirements. We should not provide the department with additional enforcement authority which will allow it to create mental health parity rules through litigation and legal claims until it fulfills its statutory duty by issuing a new mental health parity rule. It would be much more productive for DOL to focus its efforts on clear guidance and compliance assistance rather than harassing plans and employers. My amendment additionally strikes the $275 million in new mandatory funding for mental health parity enforcement. There is no reason for this to be mandatory funding instead of discretionary funding, except Democrats want to bypass the annual appropriations process and remove congressional oversight of DOL's mental health parity enforcement. We should not be handing DOL a $275 million check. We should especially not be appropriating increased funding to DOL without first discussing how these funds will be used. This committee has not had a single discussion on providing the department with hundreds of millions of increased funds for mental health parity enforcement. Given the department's track record of blaming plans and employers first and asking questions later, I'm skeptical that these funds will be used in a way that actually increases access to mental health resources for our patients covered by employer-sponsored plans. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone seek recognition on the amendment? Gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I appreciate my colleague's argument that plans would like additional guidance from the department, this amendment would prevent implementation of important provisions of this bill and cut critical funding that the Department of Labor needs to do its work. The compliance required under this amendment is redundant with what the Department of Labor is already doing and has been doing over the last 14 years. Since mental health parity law, the Wellstone Act, was enacted in 2008, the Department of Labor has provided enormous amounts of regulatory and sub-regulatory guidance, and they provide routine compliance assistance to regulated community. For example, they've issued a comprehensive final regulation, numerous sets of FAQs with examples of compliance and noncompliance, a warning signs document with potential violations that deserve closer examination, as well as a detailed self-compliance tool that can be used to check whether a health plan complies with the law. The department also conducts regular webinars on mental health parity and engages in other types of outreach activities to promote awareness and compliance with the law. With respect to the requirement to perform and document comparative analysis of non-quantitative treatment limitations that was enacted as part of the Consolidated Appropriations Act in 2021, the department has already issued a thorough and comprehensive set of FAQs explaining how plans should comply with these new requirements. In other words, the department has issued a large volume of guidance on mental health parity already, and the requirements are clear. It's now time for more robust enforcement. I am also concerned that the amendment would cut the funding that we're providing to the agency. Except for a small increase in last year's omnibus appropriations bill, DOL's budget has been frozen for nearly a decade. The result has been a hemorrhaging of staff, with the result of full-time personnel dropping by nearly 20%. DOL now reports that it relies on approximately 340 investigators to review compliance of all employer-sponsored retirement and health benefit plans for compliance. Remember, when we're talking about ERISA plans, we're talking about 155 million Americans. It is by far the largest insured population in our country. In healthcare, that's 340 investigators for approximately 2.4 million employer-based plans, and those same 340 investigators are also responsible for protecting the security of America's retirement benefits. So it's not, they wear two hats. They do health coverage and pension enforcement. The additional funding for the DOL, which is consistent with the President's FY 2023 budget request, is absolutely necessary if we're going to provide the department with the resources it needs to ensure that workers and their families have meaningful access to their benefits. And we should not forget that funding DOL is not just about enforcement, as important as that work is. It's about helping employers. It's about attaining the goal of compliance. And that's what I think both sides agree we need more of. And I would just note, in terms of whether or not this is an issue that requires more oversight by the government, I would just cite President Trump's Commission on Opioids, who issued a report in 2017 that stated, health insurers are not following federal law requiring parity in the reimbursement for mental health and addiction. If we do not get Congress to give the department these tools, we'll be failing our mission as badly as health insurance companies are failing their subscribers on this issue today, leading to deaths. This is a bipartisan conclusion that the prior administration, the Trump administration, reached. And again, what this package does is actually execute in terms of that policy goal, which that commission stated. So I would hope both parties will come together and support this package and reject this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. There are others who wish to speak to the amendment? If not,
Withdraw my point of order.
if not, the point of order is withdrawn. And the question now is on the, what's the Allen amendment? Hirschberg. And on the Allen amendment number 2. All in favor of the Allen amendment will say aye.
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 All opposed, no.
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 No appears to have it.
Ask for recorded.
Recorded vote is requested, and that will take place at the end. Are there other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentlelady from Tennessee, Ms. Harshbarger, has an amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 7780, offered
so
by
I'ma tell you who
Ms.
that-
Harshbarger of Tennessee, identifier H7780_R_AMD_01.
The gentlelady from Tennessee is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of her amendment.
Reserve my point of order.
Well, I think you're muted, Chairman.
The point of order is reserved. I'm sorry. Gentlelady from Tennessee.
Mr. Chairman, I can't hear.
Okay.
Are you muted?
They're fixing it. Just
Okay, I'm going to go. If you can hear me, okay.
Sign language.
Okay, all right. HR 7780, can you hear me now?
I could hear you before. They had inadvertently muted the entire room. So you're.
I thought so.
Gentlelady from Tennessee is recognized for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. HR 7780 prohibits discretionary clauses in employer benefit plans and deems them unenforceable under ERISA. However, Democrats have decided to exempt multi-employer plans, and my amendment strikes this exemption. Prohibiting discretionary clauses is a drastic and ill-conceived departure from current law, and that will only benefit trial lawyers at the expense of workers and retirees who rely on employment benefit plans. Under current law, if a plan's benefit determinations are challenged, the fiduciary's determinations are given deference by the reviewing court. Prohibiting discretionary clauses will effectively direct the courts to ignore the plan's entire claims review process and determinations. And this would make it far more attractive for plaintiffs' attorneys to sue plans, and the courts will be flooded with frivolous lawsuits. ERISA's claims process is meant to be expedited, but is not intended to be full-on litigation. And under the bill, every time an issue arises where the plan terms are not 100% clear, the plan administrator would be powerless to interpret the plan. Leaving litigation is the only way to resolve the issue. The bill also bans plans from using arbitration to resolve benefit claims disputes, opting instead to litigate every dispute through the courts. And you know as well as I do, that takes years to get results, and banning this arbitration will not help plan participants. The national average time between filing a civil court case and a trial is average of 2 years. And in comparison, ERISA's claims procedure regulation generally requires that the appeals be decided within 60 days. And the only one that's going to do anything for is going to line the pockets of the trial lawyers, in my opinion. And if Democrats insist on disrupting the administration of employee benefits, then they should not, and I repeat that, should not exempt their friends in big labor who administer these multi-employer plans, and this bill does that. Last year, the Democrats enacted an irresponsible and uncapped taxpayer-funded bailout of mismanaged multi-employer pension plans under the guise of COVID relief, where only 10%, really less than 10%, nearly $2 trillion in deficit spending was related to COVID. While the full cost of the bailout program won't be known for years, the Pension Benefit Guarantee Corporation estimates it will extend upwards of $147 billion. My amendment simply calls out yet another instance of preferential treatment for union-run plans. if the provisions of Title VII are good policy, as Democrats claim, they ought to apply to union-run plans as well. No special carve-outs or exemptions for special interests. And a vote against this amendment is really a vote for big labor unions. And I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. And I ask for unanimous consent to insert into the committee record letters of oppositions to these Title VII provisions from the American Retirement Association, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and the ERISA Industry Committee.
Without objection, so ordered.
Okay. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The lady yields back, and I recognize myself on the amendment. Well, we have to recognize what we're talking about, because the multi-employer plans are collectively bargained plans. Collective bargaining process helps the imbalance between the imbalances of power and guarantees important protections such as better claims procedures, transparent decision-making, and the option to appeal decisions. So the exception to the prohibition on discretionary clauses in this amendment is really not necessary. The multi-employer plans have an organizational structure that allows workers to have direct representation on the Board of Trustees, which are required by law to include both representatives from both labor and employers. Now, this is completely different from most corporate plans where employees generally do not have any voice at all in the plans or direct representation of their interests in the design or the administrative process. So this amendment, I think, takes action that is not necessary, so I urge my colleagues to reject the amendment and yield back the balance of my time. Does anyone else seek to be recognized on this amendment? If not, the question is
Withdraw my reservation.
Reservation is withdrawn. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Tennessee. All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no?
No.
No.
Those appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested, and that will take place at the end. Are there any other amendments? If not, we're prepared to go back to the beginning and consider the bills in the order that they were offered. HR 604, we had, and we'll delay just for a second so that we can get the order of the amendments. Unless the ranking member, if you're prepared to proceed.
Yes.
Okay. The first vote is on the Steele Amendment to HR 604, which requires the Department of Education to conduct a report on the impact of the bill on costs and availability of construction supplies and the prohibited expenditures of funds under the bill unless the report shows that the bill will not increase costs or worsen supply shortages. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Scott?
No.
Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney?
No.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon?
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson? Ms. Bonamici?
No.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano?
No.
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams?
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier?
Desaulnier, no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal? Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild. Mrs. McBath.
McBath votes no.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes.
Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar.
No.
Ms. Omar.
No. Oh, it's on. Hello? No.
Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens.
Stevens votes no.
Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
Leisure Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones. Ms. Manning.
No.
Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan.
Van votes no.
Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Mrs. Sherfilis McCormick. Mrs. Sherfilis McCormick. Mr. Pocan.
Pocan votes no.
Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Castro.
Castro, no.
Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Sherrill.
Ms. Sherrill votes no.
Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Espaillat.
Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mfume. Mr. Mfume. Ranking Member Fox. Ranking Member Fox. Mr. Wilson.
Joe Wilson votes aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik. Mr. Allen.
Allen votes aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks.
Banks votes yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Keller. Mr. Keller votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mr. Owens.
Aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good.
Yes.
Mr. Good votes yes. Mrs. McLean.
McLean votes aye.
Mrs. McLean votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger votes aye.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller.
Miller is yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mrs. Sparts. Mrs. Sparts. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Cawthorn. Mr. Cawthorn. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. And Mr. Jacobs. Mr. Jacobs votes aye. Ms.
Am I
Wilson.
recorded, Stefan? Stefanik, aye.
Ms. Wilson votes no, and I'm on.
Just a minute. Let's, will the clerk call the roll of those who did not answer the first roll call?
Ms. Wilson.
Ms. Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones. Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick. Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick. Mr. Mfume. Ranking Member Fox. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Yes, sir. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik, aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Sparts.
Yes.
Mrs. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald.
Here.
Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Cawthorn.
What rummership are they in?
Mr. Chairman, how is Don Norcross recorded?
Madam Clerk, how is Mr. Norcross recorded?
Mr. Norcross is not recorded, sir.
Norcross is a no.
Mr. Norcross votes no.
Mr. Chairman, this is Mr. Mfume. How am I recorded?
How is Mr. Mfume recorded?
Mr. Mfume is not recorded, sir.
Mr. Mfume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no.
How is Mr. Jacobs recorded?
Mr. Jacobs is a yes vote.
Okay. Just a minute. How's Mrs. Miller Meeks recorded?
Mrs. Miller Meeks is not recorded, sir.
Miller Meeks, yes.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes yes.
And how is Ms. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick recorded?
Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick is not voted, sir.
Just a minute.
Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes no.
Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes no.
How's Ms. Jayapal recorded?
Mr. Chairman,
How's Ms.
Ms. Jayapal is not recorded, sir.
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how's Mr. Levin recorded?
How's Mr. Levin recorded?
Mr. Levin is recorded as a no vote.
Okay. Can you go through the list and call the names of those who've not been recorded again?
Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones. Ranking Member Fox. Ranking Member Fox. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer. Mr. Fitzgerald. And Mr. Cawthorn.
How's Mr. Pocan recorded?
Mr. Pocan is a no vote, sir.
How was Owens voted?
I'm sorry, who's asking?
Owens.
How's Mr. Owens recorded?
Mr. Owens is a yes vote.
What am I now? Mr. Norcross, how is he recorded?
How's Mr. Thompson recorded?
Mr. Thompson, he's not recorded, sir.
Mr. Thompson is a yes.
Mr. Thompson votes yes.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded, Mr. Norcross?
How's Mr. Norcross recorded?
Mr. Norcross is a no vote.
Thank you.
Okay. Clerk will report.
How is Mr. Fitzgerald recorded?
Mr. Fitzgerald is not recorded, sir. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye.
We're in trouble if they all gonna take that long.
Mr. Chairman, for the Still Amendment, there are 19 ayes and 26 noes.
19 ayes, 26 noes. The amendment is not adopted. The next is the McLean Amendment, striking language requiring states to give priority to, in the first year of the program, to school districts that will use the funds to improve school facilities, facilitate social distancing, improve ventilation, take other steps consistent with CDC guidelines. The amendment would also strike similar language from the facilities database states are required to develop and maintain under the bill. Clerk will call the roll on the McLean Amendment.
Mr. Scott?
No.
Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney?
No.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon?
Sublime votes, how did Mr. Courtney vote? No?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson?
Ms. Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici?
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano?
Takano votes no.
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams?
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier?
DeSaulnier, no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross?
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal?
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli? Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild? Mrs. McBath?
Macbeth votes no.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes?
Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar?
No.
Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens?
No.
Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez?
Ms. Legis Fernandez is on the screen. Can you call her name again?
Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones? Ms. Manning?
No.
Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan?
Mervan votes no.
Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman, you're on mute.
Mr. Bowman. Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick.
Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes no.
Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes no. Mr. Pocan.
Pocan votes no.
Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Castro.
Castro, no.
Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Sherrill.
Ms. Sherrill votes no.
Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Espaillat.
Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mfume. Mr. Mfume. Ranking Member Fox. Ranking Member Fox. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Thompson.
Thompson votes aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik votes aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen.
Allen votes aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks.
Banks votes yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Keller. Mr. Keller votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Miller Meeks votes yes. Mr. Owens.
Yes.
Mr. Owens votes yes. Mr. Good.
Yes.
Mr. Good votes yes. Mrs. McLean. Mrs. McLean. Mrs. McLean votes yes. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger votes yes.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes yes. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Sparts. Mrs. Sparts. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Cawthorn. Mr. Cawthorn. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Jacobs. Mr. Jacobs votes aye. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild. Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes
Ms. Ledger
no. Mr.
Fernandez
Jones.
votes no.
Mr. Jones. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Mr. Mfume.
Mr. Mfume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ranking Member Fox. Mr. Comer. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Sparts.
You're on, she's on screen. Ms. Miller, you're muted.
Sparks, yes.
Ms. Miller, you're muted. How do you vote?
And how was I recorded, Chairman?
That's Mrs. Miller.
You're not is Ms. Miller recorded?
Ms. Miller is not recorded.
I'm a yes.
Ms. Miller votes yes. Mrs. Sparts.
Yes. Sparks,
Mrs.
yes.
Sparts votes yes. Mr. Cawthorn. Mr. Cawthorn.
Okay. How was Mr. Wilson recorded? continue targeting Russian sanctions.
How is
Joe Wilson recorded?
How's Mr. Wilson recorded?
Mr. Wilson is not recorded, sir.
Joe Wilson votes aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye.
Here we go back to this man. Thank you again for your time. Look forward to your.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, for the McLean Amendment, there are 19 ayes and 26 noes.
19 ayes, 26 noes. The amendment is not adopted. The Grothman Amendment requires school districts to ensure that all employees and the employees of contractors and subcontractors paid with funds received under the bill be legally authorized to work in the United States. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott.
Chairman Scott votes no.
Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney.
No.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon.
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson.
Ms. Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano.
Takano votes no.
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier, no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross. Ms. Jayapal.
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild. Mrs. McBath.
McBath votes no.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes.
Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar.
No.
Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens.
No.
Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones. Ms. Manning.
No.
Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan.
Van votes no.
Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick.
Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes no.
Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes no. Mr. Pocan.
Pocan votes no.
Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Castro.
Castro, no.
Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Sherrill.
Cheryl votes no.
Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Espaillat.
Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mfume.
Mr. Mfume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ranking Member Fox. Ranking Member Fox. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson.
Aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson votes aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik.
Aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen.
Allen votes aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks.
Yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Keller. Mr. Keller votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Miller Meeks votes yes. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good.
Yes.
Mr. Good votes yes. Mrs. McLean.
McLean votes aye.
Mrs. McLean votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger votes aye.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller.
Miller votes yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mrs. Sparts. Mrs. Sparts. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Cawthorn. Mr. Cawthorn. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Jacobs. Mr. Jacobs votes aye. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli. Miss Wild. Miss Wild. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones. Ranking Member Fox. Ranking Member Fox. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer.
Companies usually the banks that provide loans for those power plants.
Mrs. Sparts. Mrs. Sparts. Mr. Cawthorn.
How's Mr. Norcross recorded?
Mr. Norcross is not recorded, sir.
Norcross is a no.
Mr. Norcross votes no.
How is Mrs. Sparks recorded?
Ranking Member Fox is not recorded, sir.
Sparks.
Sparts. Oh. Mrs. Sparts is not recorded, sir.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, for the Grothman Amendment, there are 18 ayes and 26 noes.
Eighteen ayes, 26 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. The next is the Good Amendment. Prohibit schools districts from receiving grant funds if they serve a sanctuary jurisdiction and provides a definition for sanctuary jurisdiction. On the Good Amendment, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Scott.
Scott votes no.
Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney.
No.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon votes no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson.
Ms. Wilson is no.
Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano.
Takano votes no.
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier, no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli. Ms. Wild.
Okay.
Ms. Wild. Mrs. McBath.
McBath votes no.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes.
Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar.
Nope.
Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens.
No.
Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones? Ms. Manning?
No.
Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan?
Mervan votes no.
Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman?
Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick?
Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes no.
Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes no. Mr. Pocan?
Pocan votes no.
Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Castro?
Castro, no.
Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Sherrill?
Cheryl's no.
Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Espaillat?
Espaillat is no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mfume?
Mr. Mfume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ranking Member Fox? Ranking Member Fox? Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson? Mr. Thompson?
Thompson votes aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg?
Mr. Wahlberg, you on mute?
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik?
Stefanik votes aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen?
Allen votes aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks?
Yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer? Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks? Mrs. Miller Meeks votes yes. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good?
Yes.
Mr. Good votes yes. Mrs. McLean?
McLean votes yes.
Mrs. McLean votes yes. Mrs. Harshbarger?
Hirschberger votes yes.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes yes. Mrs. Miller?
Miller is yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mrs. Sparts? Mrs. Sparts? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Cawthorn? Mr. Cawthorn? Mrs. Steele?
Still votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Jacobs? Mr. Jacobs votes aye. Mr. Morelli? Ms. Wild? Mr. Jones? Ranking Member Fox? Mr. Wilson? Mr. Comer?
How is Mrs. Wild recorded?
Thank you.
Ms. Wild is not recorded, sir.
Wild is a no. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Wild votes no.
Mr. Chairman, House Sparks is recorded.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Mrs. Sparks is not recorded.
Sparks votes yes.
Mrs. Sparks votes yes.
And how is Mr. Wilson of South Carolina recorded?
Mr. Wilson is not recorded.
Joe Wilson votes yes.
Mr. Wilson votes yes.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, for the good amendment, there are 19 ayes and 27 noes.
19 ayes, 27 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. The next amendment is the Jacobs Amendment. Prohibits school districts from receiving grants under the bill if they have not expended all funds allocated to the district under the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund as appropriated under the CARES Act, the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act 2021, and the American Rescue Plan Act. The clerk will call the roll on the Jacobs Amendment.
Mr. Scott.
Scott votes no.
Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney.
No.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon votes no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson.
Ms.
Wilson votes no. Ms. Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano.
Takano votes no.
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier, no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli. Ms. Wild.
Wild votes no.
Ms. Wild votes no. Mrs. McBath.
McBath votes no.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes.
Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar.
No.
Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens.
No.
Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones. Ms. Manning.
They're trying to manipulate it.
No.
Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan.
Van votes no.
Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman.
Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick.
Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes no.
Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes no. Mr. Pocan.
Pocan votes no.
Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Castro.
Castro, no.
Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Cheryl. Ms. Cheryl.
Cheryl votes no.
Ms. Cheryl votes no. Mr. Espaillat.
Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mfume.
Mr. Mfume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ranking Member Fox. Ranking Member Fox. Mr. Wilson.
Joe Wilson votes aye.
It's a wet lesson you dropped. No, I think you're right. We have still enormous.
Mr. Wilson.
Joe Wilson votes aye. Joe Wilson votes aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson.
Thompson votes aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik votes aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen.
Allen votes aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks.
Yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Keller. Mr. Keller votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks votes yes. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good.
Yes.
Mr. Good votes yes. Mrs. McLean.
McLean is yes.
Mrs. McLean votes yes. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Hirschberger votes yes.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes yes. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Sparts.
Sparts, yes.
Mrs. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Cawthorn. Mr. Cawthorn. Mrs. Steele.
Still votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Jacobs. Mr. Jacobs votes aye.
How's
Mr.
Ms.
Morelli. Mr. Jones. Ranking Member Fox. Mr. Comer. Mrs. Miller.
I vote yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. And Mr. Cawthorn.
Clerk report?
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Who's seeking recognition? Mr. Jones, how's Mr. Jones recorded?
Mr. Jones?
How's Mr. Jones recorded?
Mr. Jones is not recorded.
Mr. Jones?
And how did the chairman vote?
No. No.
No.
Mr. Jones votes no.
We know the climate change is impacting our islands and around the globe. So in there, they let
Clerk report?
You don't have to close it, yeah.
No, we just got turned off.
Mr. Chairman, for the Jacobs Amendment, there are 19 ayes and 28 noes.
19 ayes, 28 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on the amendment in nature of a substitute as amended occurs on the amendment in nature of a substitute. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no.
Aye.
I,
Ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The amendment in nature of substitute is agreed to. There being no other members to speak to the bill, I now entertain a motion to report the bill and recognize the distinguished gentleman from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the Committee on Education and Labor report the bill H.R. 604 to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill as amended do pass.
Question now occurs on reporting H.R. 604 is amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
All opposed,
No.
In the opinion of the chair,
Ask for recorded vote.
the recorded vote is requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Scott.
Mrs. Scott votes yes.
Mr. Scott votes yes. Mr. Grijalva.
Grijalva votes yes.
Mr. Grijalva votes yes. Mr. Courtney.
Yes.
Mr. Courtney votes yes. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon votes yes.
Mr. Sablon votes yes. Ms. Wilson.
Ms. Wilson votes yes.
Ms. Wilson votes yes. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes yes.
Ms. Bonamici votes yes. Mr. Takano.
Takano votes yes.
Mr. Takano votes yes. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes yes.
Ms. Adams votes yes. Mr. DeSaulnier.
Sonia, aye.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross, aye.
Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal.
Jayapal votes aye.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli. Ms. Wild.
Wild votes yes.
Ms. Wild votes yes. Mrs. McBath.
Yes.
Mrs. McBath votes yes. Mrs. Hayes.
Hayes votes yes.
Mrs. Hayes votes yes. Mr. Levin.
Aye.
Mr. Levin votes aye. Ms. Omar.
Aye.
Ms. Omar votes aye. Ms. Stevens.
aye.
Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
Ledger Fernandez votes aye.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes aye. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones. Ms. Manning.
Aye.
Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan.
Vervan votes aye.
Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman votes aye.
Mr. Bowman votes aye. Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick.
Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes yes.
Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes yes. Mr. Pocan.
Pocan votes aye.
Mr. Pocan votes aye. Mr. Castro.
Castro, aye.
Mr. Castro votes aye. Ms. Sherrill.
Ms. Cheryl votes aye.
Ms. Sherrill votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
Espaillat votes aye.
Mr. Espaillat votes aye. Mr. Mfume.
Mr. Mfume votes aye.
Mr. Mfume votes aye. Ranking Member Fox. Ranking Member Fox. Mr. Wilson.
Joe Wilson votes no.
Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson votes no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes no.
Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik, no.
Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen.
Allen, no.
Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks.
Banks votes no.
Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Keller. Mr. Keller votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks. No. Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mr. Owens.
No.
Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good.
No.
Mr. Good votes no. Mrs. McLean.
McLean is a no.
Mrs. McLean votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger votes no.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller.
Miller is no.
Mrs. Miller votes no. Mrs. Sparts.
That's no.
Mrs. Sparts votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Cawthorn. Mr. Cawthorn. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes no.
Mrs. Steele votes no. Mr. Jacobs. Mr. Jacobs votes no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Jones. Ranking Member Fox. Mr. Comer. And Mr. Cawthorn.
Clerk report. Clerk report.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, for the motion to report HR 604, there are 27 ayes and 19 noes.
27 ayes, 19 noes. The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. HR 604 is ordered, reported to the House of Representatives. Chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. It's unanimous consent that the staff be authorized to make necessary technical conforming changes to the bill as amended pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, and give notice to all members. They have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views without objection. So ordered. Next bill is HR 7701, the Wage Theft Prevention and Wage Recovery Act. We now begin with votes postponed. I'll remind members to try to state your name before you cast your vote. The first amendment is the Keller Amendment 03 for the purposes of the new pay stub and disclosure requirements and right to full compensation in the ANS. It includes a narrow definition of employee to to allow employers to classify more workers as independent contractors. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman, Mr. Scott.
Scott, no.
Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva.
Grijalva votes no.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney.
No.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon votes no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson.
Oh, shucks.
Ms. Wilson.
Ms. Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano.
Okay.
And it has five.
Mr. Takano. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Desaulnier.
Desaulnier, no.
Mr. Desaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross. Ms. Jayapal.
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli. Ms. Wild.
Wild votes no.
Ms. Wild votes no. Mrs. McBath.
McBath votes no.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes.
Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar. Ms. Omar.
Nope.
Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens.
No.
Ms.
No, no, no.
Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez. Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
Can you repeat, Alexis Fernandez? I don't think we got her vote.
Ms. Ledger
It's
Fernandez.
No, Ledger Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones. Ms. Manning.
No.
Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan.
Van votes no.
Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman.
Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Mrs. Sherfilis McCormick.
Sheffield McCormick votes no.
Mrs. Sherfilis McCormick votes no. Mr. Pocan.
Okan votes no.
Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Castro.
Castro, no.
Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Cheryl.
Cheryl votes no.
Ms. Cheryl votes no. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat.
Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mfume.
Mr. Mfume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ranking Member Fox. Ranking Member Fox. Mr. Wilson.
Joe Wilson votes aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson.
Thompson votes aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik votes aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen.
Allen votes aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks.
Banks votes yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Keller. Mr. Keller votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good.
Yes.
Mr. Good votes yes. Mrs. McLean. Mrs. McLean votes yes. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Hirschberger votes yes.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes yes. Mrs. Miller.
Miller votes yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mrs. Sparts.
Sparks, yes.
Mrs. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Cawthorn. Mr. Cawthorn, Mrs. Steele,
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Jacobs, Mr. Jacobs votes aye. Mr. Takano,
Takano votes no.
Mr. Takano votes no. Mr. Norcross,
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Morelli, Mr. Jones, Ranking Member Fox, Mr. Comer, Mrs. Miller Meeks,
Just a minute.
Mr. Fitzgerald,
Miller Meeks.
Mrs. Miller Meeks,
Miller Meeks, yes.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald, Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. And Mr. Cawthorn,
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, for the Keller Amendment, there are 19 ayes and 27 noes.
19 ayes, 27 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. The next amendment is a good amendment. Exempts employers with fewer than 10 employees or annual sales under $1 million from increased civil penalties. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Scott,
Scott, no. Scott, no.
Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva,
Grijalva votes no.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney, Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon,
Sablon votes no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson,
Ms. Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici,
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano,
Takano votes no.
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams,
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier,
Sonia, no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross,
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal,
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli, Mr. Morelli, Ms. Wild,
Wild votes no.
Ms. Wild votes no. Mrs. McBath,
Macbeth votes no.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes,
Hayes votes no.
Mrs.
Hold on one
Hayes
second.
votes no. Mr. Levin,
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar,
No.
Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens,
Stevens is a no.
Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Leisure Fernandez,
No.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Jones, Mr. Jones, Ms. Manning, Ms. Manning, Mr. Mervan,
Mervan votes no.
Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman,
Mr. Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick,
Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes no.
Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes no. Mr. Pocan,
Pocan votes no.
Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Castro,
Castro, no.
Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Cheryl,
Cheryl votes no.
Ms. Cheryl votes no. Mr. Espaillat.
Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mfume.
Mr. Mfume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ranking Member Fox. Ranking Member Fox. Mr. Wilson.
Joe Wilson votes aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson.
Thompson votes aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik, aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen.
Allen votes aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks.
Banks votes yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Keller. Mr. Keller votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks, yes.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes yes. Mr. Owens.
Aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good.
Yes.
Mr. Good votes yes. Mrs. McLean. Mrs. McLean votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Hirschberger votes aye.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller.
Miller votes yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mrs. Sparts.
Arts, yes.
Mrs. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Cawthorn. Mr. Jacobs. Mr. Jacobs votes yes. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Jones. Miss Manning. Ranking Member Fox. Mr. Comer. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Cawthorn. And Mrs. Steele.
You skipped me. I vote aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye.
Who we looking, who we looking?
Mr. Chairman, can you tell me how, this is Kathy Manning, can you tell me how I'm recorded on this vote?
Ms. Manning.
Ms. Manning is not recorded.
I'm a no on this, please.
Ms. Manning votes no.
Thank you.
How's Mr. Fitzgerald recorded?
Mr. Fitzgerald is not recorded. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye.
How's Ms. Middle Mix recorded?
Mrs. Miller Meeks is a yes vote.
Okay. Clerk will report.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, for the good amendment, there are 19 ayes and 27 noes.
19 ayes, 27 noes. Amendment is not agreed to. Next amendment is the Comer Amendment, For the purpose of the new pay stub and disclosure requirements and right to full compensation in the ANS, it provides a definition of joint employer based on the Trump-era DOL rule, which narrows employers would be jointly liable for violations. Clerk will call the roll on the Comer Amendment.
Mr. Scott.
Scott, no.
Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva.
Grijalva, no.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon votes no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson.
Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano.
Takano votes no.
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams.
White looks good over there. A lot younger.
Mr. DeSaulnier.
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli. Ms. Wild.
Wild votes no.
Ms. Wild votes no. Mrs. McBath.
McBath votes no.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes.
Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar.
No.
Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens.
No.
Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones. Ms. Manning.
No.
Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan.
Van votes no.
Mr. Mervan
Mr. Chairman,
votes no.
How's Adams voted? Am I recorded?
How's Ms. Adams recorded?
Ms. Adams is not recorded.
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Bowman.
Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick.
Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes no.
Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes no. Mr. Pocan.
Pocan votes.
Mr. Pocan.
Ms. McCann, your full vote didn't count.
Pocan votes no.
Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Castro.
Castro, no.
Mr. Castro.
Castro, no.
Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Sherrill.
Cheryl votes no.
Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Espaillat.
Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mfume.
Mr. Mfume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ranking Member Fox. Ranking Member Fox. Mr. Wilson.
Joe Wilson votes aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik, aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen.
Allen votes aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks.
Banks votes yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Keller.
Yes.
Mr. Keller votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks, yes.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes yes. Mr. Owens.
Aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good.
Yes.
Mr. Good votes yes. Mrs. McLean. Mrs. McLean votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes yes.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes yes. Mrs. Miller.
Miller votes yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mrs. Sparts.
Yes.
Mrs. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Cawthorn. Mr. Cawthorn. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Jacobs. Mr. Jacobs votes aye. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Jones. Ranking Member Fox. Mr. Comer. Mr. Cawthorn.
Clerk report.
Mr. Chairman, for the Comer Amendment, there are 19 ayes and 27 noes.
19 ayes, 27 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. The next amendment is the Miller Meeks Amendment, strikes the text of the bill and inserts the text of a bill Ensuring Workers Get Paid Act, which codifies the Trump-era Labor Department program. Clerk will call the roll on the Miller Meeks Amendment.
Mr. Scott.
Scott, no.
Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva.
Grijalva votes no.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon votes no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson.
Ms. Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano.
Takano votes no.
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
Sonia, no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli. Ms. Wild.
Wild votes no.
Ms. Wild votes no. Mrs. McBath.
McBath votes no.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes.
Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar. Ms. Omar.
No.
Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens.
No.
Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones. Ms. Manning.
No.
Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan.
Mervan votes no.
Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick.
Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes no.
Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes no. Mr. Pocan.
Pocan votes no.
Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Castro.
Castro, no.
Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Sherrill.
Cheryl votes no.
Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Espaillat.
Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mfume.
Mr. Mfume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ranking Member Fox. Ranking Member Fox. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes yes. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes yes. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik, yes.
Ms. Stefanik votes yes. Mr. Allen.
Allen votes yes.
Mr. Allen votes yes. Mr. Banks.
Banks votes yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Keller. Mr. Keller votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks, yes.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes yes. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good.
Yes.
Mr. Good votes yes. Mrs. McLean.
McLean votes aye.
Mrs. McLean votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger votes aye.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Sparts.
Sparts, yes.
Mrs. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Cawthorn. Mr. Cawthorn. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Jacobs. Mr. Jacobs votes aye. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Jones. Ranking Member Fox. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer. Mrs. Miller. And Mr. Cawthorn.
How's Mr. Wilson recorded? From South Carolina?
Mr. Wilson is not recorded.
Clerk report.
Mr. Scott, for the Miller Meeks amendment, there are 17 ayes and 27 noes.
17 ayes, 27 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. There being no other amendments pending, the question now occurs on the amendment nature of a substitute as amended. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The amendment nature of substitute is agreed to. There being no other members wishing to speak to the bill, I now entertain a motion to report the bill and recognize the gentleman from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr.
Courtney.
Chair. Mr. Chairman, I move the Committee on Education and Labor report the bill H.R. 7701 to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute and with recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill as amended do pass.
Question now occurs on reporting H.R. 7701 as amendment to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.
No.
Ayes appear to have it.
Ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded voters, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Scott.
Scott, aye.
Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Grijalva.
Grijalva votes aye.
Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Courtney.
Aye.
Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Sablon.
Yes.
Mr. Sablon votes yes. Ms. Wilson.
Ms. Wilson votes aye.
Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes aye.
Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Takano.
Takano votes aye.
Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes aye.
Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
Sonia, aye.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes aye.
Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal.
Jayapal votes aye.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli. Ms. Wild.
Wild votes aye.
Ms. Wild votes aye. Mrs. McBath.
McBath votes aye.
Mrs. McBath votes aye. Mrs. Hayes.
Hayes votes aye.
Mrs. Hayes votes aye. Mr. Levin.
Aye.
Mr. Levin votes aye. Ms. Omar.
Aye.
Ms. Omar votes aye. Ms. Stevens.
Aye.
Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
Leger Fernandez votes yes. Aye.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes aye. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones. Ms. Manning.
Aye.
Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan.
Mervan votes aye.
Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman votes aye.
Mr. Bowman votes aye. Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick.
Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes aye.
Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes aye. Mr. Pocan.
Pocan votes aye.
Mr. Pocan votes aye. Mr. Castro.
Castro, aye.
Mr. Castro votes aye. Miss Cheryl.
Cheryl votes aye.
Miss Cheryl votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
Espaillat votes aye.
Mr. Espaillat votes aye. Mr. Mfume. Mr. Mfume votes aye. Ranking Member Fox. Ranking Member Fox. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik, no.
Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen.
Allen votes no.
Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks.
Banks votes no.
Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Keller.
No.
Mr. Keller votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks, no.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mr. Owens.
No.
Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good.
No.
Mr. Good votes no. Mrs. McLean. Mrs. McLean votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Hirschberger votes no.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller.
Miller is no.
Mrs. Miller votes no. Mrs. Sparks.
Sparks, no.
Mrs. Sparks votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald. No. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Cawthorn. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes no.
Mrs. Steele votes no. Mr. Jacobs. Mr. Jacobs votes no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Jones. Ranking Member Fox. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Comer. And Mr. Cawthorn.
Clerk will report.
You're unmuted, sir. Speak up.
Mr. Chairman,
How is Mr. Wilson recorded?
Mr. Wilson is not recorded.
I vote aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye.
How is Mr. Wilson recorded?
Mr. Wilson is recorded as an yes vote, sir.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
The ranking member voted no on this amendment, on this bill.
Hey, Congressman Allen is very convincing. Joe Wilson votes no.
Mr. Wilson votes no.
Clerk will report.
Wasn't he convincing?
Mr. Chairman, for the motion to report HR 7701, there are 27 ayes and 19 noes.
27 ayes, 19 noes. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. HR 7701 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. Chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary and technical and conforming changes to the bill as amended pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L. I give notice to all members that they have the records the number of days of House supplemental minority additional and dissenting views without objection. So ordered. The next order of business is the Mental Health Matters Act, beginning with the Allen Amendment. Substitute amendment strikes the text of the bill and replaces it with a new program administered by the Department of Education. The clerk will call the roll on the Allen Amendment.
Mr. Scott?
No.
Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Courtney?
No.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon?
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Miss Wilson?
Ms. Wilson votes no.
Miss Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici?
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano?
Kano votes no.
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams?
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier?
Sonia, no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross?
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal?
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli? Ms. Wild?
Wild votes no.
Ms. Wild votes no. Mrs. McBath?
McBath votes no.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes?
Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar?
No.
Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens?
No.
Ms. Stevens?
Stevens is a no.
Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
Leisure Fernandez is a no.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones? Ms. Manning?
No.
Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan?
Okay, so I got that. Any questions, sir?
Mr. Mervan?
Vervan votes no.
Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman?
Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick?
Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes no.
Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes no. Mr. Pocan?
Pocan votes no.
Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Castro?
Castro, no.
Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Cheryl?
Cheryl votes no.
Ms. Cheryl votes no. Mr. Espaillat?
Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mfume?
Mr. Mfume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ranking Member Fox? Ranking Member Fox? Mr. Wilson?
Joe Wilson votes aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik? Mr. Allen?
Allen votes aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks?
Banks votes yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer? Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Keller. Mr. Keller votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks, yes.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes yes. Mr. Owens.
Yes.
Mr. Owens votes yes. Mr. Good.
No.
Mr. Good votes no. Mrs. McLean. Mrs. McLean votes yes. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Hirschberger votes yes.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes yes. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Sparts.
Sparks, yes.
Mrs. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Cawthorn. Mr. Cawthorn. Mrs. Steele.
Still votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Jacobs. Mr. Jacobs votes aye. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Jones. Ranking Member Fox. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik, aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Comer. Mrs. Miller. And Mr. Cawthorn.
Clerk will report.
There's 346 people haven't voted yet. Mm-hmm. Chairman Scott has a lot of power here, so don't worry, we'll get the vote. We're gonna get this done first, right on.
Good.
You know what we could do? We could all go remote and go down there and vote and stay up on this and finish this thing out.
Wait a minute. See.
We could all go Zoom and walk out of here.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, for the Allen Amendment, there are 17 ayes and 27 noes.
The motion is not agreed to. Next amendment is the Miller Amendment, which strikes language regarding the mental health service providers meeting the needs of LGBTQ plus students. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Scott.
Scott, no.
Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Courtney.
No.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon, no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson.
Ms. Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici?
Bonamici is no.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano?
Takano votes no.
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams?
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier?
Sonia, no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross?
Hell no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal?
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli? Ms. Wild?
Wild votes no.
Ms. Wild votes no. Mrs. McBath?
Macbeth votes no.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes?
Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin? Ms. Omar?
No.
Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens?
Hell no.
Ms. Stevens?
I am voting no on the support amendment. Thank you.
Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
Leger Fernandez also votes absolutely not no.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones? Ms. Manning?
No.
Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan?
Mervan votes no.
Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman?
Mr. Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick? Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick?
Sheriff McCormick votes no.
Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes no. Mr. Pocan?
Pocan votes no.
Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Castro?
Castro, no.
Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Cheryl?
Cheryl votes no.
Ms. Cheryl votes no. Mr. Espaillat?
Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mfume?
Mr. Mfume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ranking Member Fox? Ranking Member Fox? Mr. Wilson?
Joe Wilson votes aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik?
Aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen?
Allen votes aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks?
Banks votes yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer? Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks? Mrs. Miller Meeks? Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good? Mr. Good votes yes. Mrs. McLean? Mrs. McLean votes yes. Mrs. Harshbarger?
Harshbarger votes yes.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes yes. Mrs. Miller?
Miller?
Mrs. Miller?
Miller is yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mrs. Sparts?
Arts, yes.
Mrs. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Cawthorn? Mr. Cawthorn? Mrs. Still?
Still votes aye.
Mrs. Still votes aye. Mr. Jacobs? Mr. Jacobs? Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Morelli? Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Jones. Ranking Member Fox. Mr. Comer. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mr. Cawthorn. And Mr. Jacobs.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, for the Miller Amendment, there are 17 ayes and 26 noes.
17 ayes, 26 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. Next is the Allen Amendment, makes implementation of Strengthening Behavioral Health Benefits Act conditional on the Department of Labor issuing a rule on mental health parity requirements. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Scott.
On the Allen Amendment, Scott votes no.
Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Courtney.
No.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sublime.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Sublime votes yes. Ms. Wilson.
Ms. Wilson votes yes.
Ms. Wilson.
votes yes.
Ms. Wilson votes yes. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano. Mr. Takano.
Oh,
Ms. Adams.
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
Sonia, no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross is no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli. Ms. Wild.
Wild votes no.
Ms. Wild votes no. Mrs. McBath.
McBath votes no.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes.
Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Mr. Levin.
Then I get back to me, and then I tell them when they come back around.
Are you going?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar.
No.
Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens.
Stevens is a no.
Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones. Ms. Manning.
Hernandez votes no.
No.
Ms. Manning.
Manning is no.
Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan.
Van votes no.
Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Ms. Sherfilis McCormick. Ms. Sherfilis McCormick. Mr. Pocan.
Pocan votes no.
Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Castro.
Castro, no.
Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Sherrill.
Cheryl votes no.
Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Espaillat.
Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mfume.
Mr. Mfume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ranking Member Fox. Ranking Member Fox. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson.
Joe Wilson votes aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson votes aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik, aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen.
Allen votes aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks.
Banks votes yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Keller. Mr. Keller votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks, yes.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes yes. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good.
No.
Mr. Good votes no. Mrs. McLean. Aye. Mrs. McLean votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger votes yes.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes yes. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Sparts. Mrs. Sparts. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Cawthorn. Mr. Cawthorn. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Jacobs. Mr. Jacobs. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Takano.
Mr. Takano votes no.
Mr. Takano votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no.
How did Sablan vote?
Ms. Wilson votes no.
How's Mrs. Sablan recorded?
Mr. Sablan is recorded as a yes vote.
Could I make that a no, please?
Mr. Sablan votes no.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, how is Mr. Mfume recorded?
Is Mr. Mfume recorded?
Mr. Mfume is a no vote, sir.
Thank you.
Leger Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr.
Nicholas McCormick votes no.
Just a minute. Continue down the list that you were calling.
Mr. Morelli. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
Is crescendo meeting?
Never has a-
Yes.
Leger Fernandez votes no.
It's
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones. Ms. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick.
Nicholas McCormick votes no.
Ms. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes no. Ranking Member Fox. Mr. Comer. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller.
Right there. Was right there.
Mrs. Sparts.
Sparks, yes.
Mrs. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Cawthorn. And Mr. Jacobs.
How is Mrs. Miller recorded?
I'm a yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, for this vote, there are 17 ayes and 27 noes.
The motion is not agreed to, and the final amendment on this bill is the Harshbarger Amendment. Removes the bill's multi-employer benefits plan exemption from the bill's prohibition on discretionary clauses. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Scott.
Scott votes no.
Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Courtney.
No.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon votes no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson.
Ms. Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano.
Takano votes no.
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Desaulnier.
So, no.
Mr. Desaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli. Ms. Wild.
Wild votes no.
Ms. Wild votes no. Mrs. McBath.
McBath votes no.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes.
Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar.
No.
Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens.
No.
Ms. Stevens.
No, Stevens votes no.
Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Jones. Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning. Mr. Mervan.
Mervan votes no.
Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Ms. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick. Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick. Mr. Pocan.
Pocan votes no.
Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Castro.
Castro, no.
Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Sherrill.
Cheryl votes no.
Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Espaillat.
Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mfume.
Mr. Mfume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ranking Member Fox. Ranking Member Fox. Mr. Wilson.
Joe Wilson votes aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson.
Thompson votes aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik, aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen.
Allen votes aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks.
Banks votes yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Keller.
Keller votes aye.
Mr. Keller votes aye. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks, aye.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes aye. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good. Mr. Good.
Yeah.
Mrs. McLean.
McLean votes aye.
Mrs. McLean votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Miller.
Miller votes yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mrs. Sparts.
Yes.
Mrs. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Cawthorn. Mrs. Steele.
Still votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Jacobs.
Jacobs votes aye.
Mr. Jacobs votes aye. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Jones. Miss Manning. Ms. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick.
Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes no.
Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes no. Ranking Member Fox. Mr. Comer, Mr. Good, Mrs. Harshbarger,
Harshbarger votes aye.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald,
Aye.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Cawthorn,
Clerk will report. How's Ms. Manning recorded?
Ms. Manning is not recorded.
Ms. Manning, do you want to be recorded? You're on mute. You're on mute. There you go.
Can you hear me now? Manning is a no. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Manning votes no.
Is anyone else not recorded? Clerk will report.
For the Harshbarger amendment, sir, there are 18 ayes and 26 noes.
18 ayes, 26 noes. The motion is not agreed to. There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment nature of a substitute. All in favor will say aye.
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 All opposed, no.
No.
Ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment nature substitute is agreed to. There being no further members to speak to the bill, I'll now entertain a motion to report the bill and recognize the distinguished gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the Committee on Education and Labor report the bill H.R. 7780 to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute and with recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill as amended do pass.
Question now occurs on reporting the bill as amendment to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it.
Aye.
The ayes appear.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Is requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Scott,
Scott votes yes.
Mr. Scott votes yes. Mr. Grijalva, Mr. Grijalva, Mr. Courtney,
Aye.
Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Sublime,
Yes.
Mr. Sublime votes yes. Ms. Wilson,
Ms. Wilson votes yes.
Ms. Wilson votes yes. Ms. Bonamici,
Bonamici votes yes.
Ms. Bonamici votes yes. Mr. Takano,
Takano votes yes.
Mr. Takano votes yes. Ms. Adams,
Adams votes yes.
Ms. Adams votes yes. Mr. Desaulnier,
Desaulnier votes yes.
Mr. Desaulnier votes yes. Mr. Norcross,
Norcross votes aye.
Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal,
Jayapal votes aye.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Morelli, Mr. Morelli, Ms. Wild,
Wild votes yes.
Ms. Wild votes yes. Mrs. McBath,
McBath votes aye.
Mrs. McBath votes aye. Mrs. Hayes,
Hayes votes aye.
Mrs. Hayes votes aye. Mr. Levin,
Aye.
Mr. Levin votes aye. Ms. Omar,
Aye.
Ms. Omar votes aye. Ms. Stevens,
Aye.
Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez,
Ledger Fernandez votes aye.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes aye. Mr. Jones, Ms. Manning,
Aye.
Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan,
Van votes aye.
Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman,
Mr. Bowman votes aye.
Mr. Bowman votes aye. Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick,
Sheriff McCormick votes aye.
Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes aye. Mr. Pocan,
Pocan votes aye.
Mr. Pocan votes aye. Mr. Castro,
Castro, aye.
Mr. Castro votes aye. Ms. Cheryl.
Cheryl votes aye.
Ms. Cheryl votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
Espaillat votes aye.
Mr. Espaillat votes aye. Mr. Mfume.
Mr. Mfume votes aye.
Mr. Mfume votes aye. Ranking Member Fox. Mr. Wilson.
Did all of the,
Joe Wilson votes no.
Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik, no.
Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks.
Banks votes no.
Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer.
has anybody called you to say?
Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Keller.
Keller votes no.
Mr. Keller votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
I think I'm a no on this one.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mr. Owens.
No.
Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good.
No.
Mr. Good votes no. Mrs. McLean.
McLean votes no.
Mrs. McLean votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger votes no.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks is a no.
Mrs. Miller Meeks is a no. Mrs. Miller.
Miller is a no.
Mrs. Miller is a no. Mrs. Sparks. Mrs. Sparks.
No. Sparks, no.
Mrs. Sparks votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Cawthorn.
No.
Mrs. Steele.
Still votes no.
Mrs. Steele votes no. Mr. Jacobs.
Jacobs, no.
Mr. Jacobs votes no. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Jones. Ranking Member Fox. Mr. Comer. And Mr. Fitzgerald.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, for the motion to report HR 7780, there are 26 ayes and 18 noes.
26 ayes, 18 noes. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to, and the bill HR 7780 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. Chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the bill as amended pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, to give notice to all members. They have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. The final business is that we'll go back to HR 5407, the amendment in nature substitute and motion to report seemingly passed by voice vote earlier, but just for clarity, I want to call the question again, just to make sure. On the question of the amendment nature of substitute, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. And there being no other members to speak to the bill, I'll entertain a motion from the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move the Committee on Education and Labor report the bill HR 5407 to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill as amended do pass.
The question is on reporting the bill. The all in favor will say aye.
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 All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to, and HR 5407 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. Chair notes for the record that a quorum was present, and I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes. The bill is amended pursuant to House Rule 11. Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, and dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. Is there any other business to come before the committee? If not, the committee stands adjourned.
Sorry.